Madam Clerk, will you please take the roll call?
Sorry. Ms. Borowski?
Present.
Mr. Weddleton?
Here.
Mr. Rivera?
Present.
Mr. Perman?
Here.
Ms. LaFrance? Here. Mr. Dunbar?
Here.
Mr. Croft?
Here.
Mr. Trainee?
Here.
Mr. Peterson?
Present.
Mr. Constant?
Here.
Ms. Domboski?
Present.
Mr. Dyson?
Here.
Chair Dunbar, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Mr. Perman, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mr. Perman. Could I have a motion to approve the minutes of our previous meeting?
I move we approve the minutes of the
August
previous
14th.
meeting, August 14th.
You have a second?
Second it.
Moved and seconded. Ask for unanimous consent. Seeing no opposition, that is approved. We're now to the mayor's report. Is there a mayor's report? Is the mayor joining us tonight? Oh, there he is. Mr. Mayor, do you have a report? No. All right, thank you. Chair's report. Not a report, but I want to give a little explanation to those who might be watching tonight. Ms. Quinn Davidson has been elected, and we are going to certify her election tonight, presumably, if we vote that way, and Mr. Perman's term will conclude. The plan is to allow Mr. Perman to serve on the Assembly until the end of our old business. Then we will take our dinner break, our regularly scheduled dinner break, change the order of the day, and swear in Ms. Quinn Davidson right at the after, certify the election and swear in Ms. Quinn Davidson right after the dinner break. So that's a little preview of things to come. All right, we are now to committee reports. Mr. Weddleton, we'll start with you.
Oh, thanks. The Community and Economic Development Committee met last Thursday, and we have finalized a definition of athletic fields that you will be seeing very soon. We also talked about the Babylon manufacturing, marijuana manufacturing operation. It's tangential to some of the things that we'll talk about today, and they're also up for renewal. And also continue the discussion with the geographic restrictions on liquor licenses, which is still in a very potential stage.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On the Assembly meeting of August 15th, the Homelessness Committee meeting, we received a verbal response to the Coalition's 12-point plan from the administration, and that led to a special meeting that's going to be on Thursday, August 30th, of the Assembly Committee on Homelessness to go over a written response, which we should be getting soon, and provide time for the Coalition to respond as well. That meeting is going to be 11:30 a.m. to 1 p.m. at the Mayor's Conference Room, 8th floor, City Hall. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Perman.
No report, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Perman. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Alaska Municipal League met last week. The conference was hosted by the Denali Borough. City managers, mayors, clerks, council members met to identify and discuss big issues that face Alaska communities. Many of the issues were the same from last year. Alaska's fiscal situation topping the list: crime, drugs, opioids, meth, alcohol, infrastructure issues, especially ports, local control, transportation network companies, and a couple new items that impacted the Wayfair ruling on local sales tax for those communities that have a local sales tax, and then also cybersecurity, especially after the breaches that Mat-Su and Valdez experienced. And I think probably all of you have heard that it basically rendered their computers unavailable, and they have literally rolled out the old typewriters to get through this. It's been a very significant issue for them, and it's a big issue overall that will come up on the November AML conference agenda. The Audit Committee will meet Monday, September 10, 1 to 2 p.m., room 155 of City Hall. 2 items on the agenda. 1, introduce the new BDO USA LLP partner, Joy Mariner. And 2, an update on the status of the 2017 CAFR, the city's comprehensive annual financial report. The Health Policy Committee will meet Wednesday, September 19, from 12:30 to 1:30 p.m., City Hall, room 155. 2 items on the agenda. 1, we'll be taking a look at municipal health care costs, what's the MOA doing to manage costs, and get an update on the Vera Clinic. Second item on the agenda, infectious diseases. The MOA DHHS team will provide information and also lead a policy discussion on any changes we might make that could further protect the public from infectious diseases. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. LaFrance. Mr. Croft.
No committee announcements.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. Mr. Trainee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To the administration, I understand we had an individual meet today with the Geotechnical Board and gave his analysis on an evaluation of the port infrastructure of the ground. I'd like to get a recommendation from the Geotechnical Board and come to our committee to let us know if this gives us any more insight into how we develop the port as we're trying to rebuild this thing. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Ethics and Election Committee will be meeting tomorrow at noon in room 240 at City Hall. We're going to discuss the special election that we're going to be possibly certifying later this evening. We're also going to be going over outreach for the 2019 elections. Let me see. We're also going to be discussing a Public Relations Society Award, and we're going to be talking about scanning of ballots, the difference between having humans do it and machines do it. We're also going to discuss the topic of having Saturdays as the last day to vote in an election, vote by mail election. So that's tomorrow at noon, room 240, City Hall. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Constant.
I would like you to come back to me in just 1 minute, please.
Okay. Ms. Domboski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have no report, but I do have a disclosure to make.
Okay.
By way of disclosure, item 9 Delta 3 on the Assembly agenda is AM 534-2018. It's a sole source purchase to furnish LifePak cardiac monitors and defibrillators, as well as chest compression systems, to the Anchorage Fire Department. I have no personal or monetary connection to this, but my husband is a fire captain at Station 11, and I make the disclosure for you and the public to decide if I have a conflict.
Thank you, Ms. Domboski. It is the ruling of the chair that you do not have a conflict on this matter, as has been established in precedent as well. Do you have anything else? All right, thank you. Mr. Dyson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. The Public Safety Committee will not be meeting at its regular time or scheduled time on the 5th. It's my intention that we meet on the 19th following the Health Committee meeting and deal with a couple of legal issues and safety issues related to health. And yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Dyson. All right.
Mr. Chair?
Yes. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes,
so,
Mr. Constant.
I was going to make a report, but it's premature. But so much I will say is that something great happened, something contentious and difficult, and I'll report more later.
Okay. All right. We are waiting in suspense. Thank you, Mr. Constant. Okay. So at this time, could I get a motion to incorporate the addendum to the agenda and lay it on table items?
Move we incorporate the addendum and lay it on the table items.
Can I have a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any opposition to that motion? Not seeing any. We've incorporated those items. Mr. Vice Chair, would you please read those items into the record?
9A3, a resolution number AR 2018-261, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing September 2018 as Hunger Action Month and encouraging the elimination of hunger in Anchorage. Item 9B, 4, resolution number AR 2018-262, a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly declaring its support for a strong and vibrant downtown Anchorage and the surrounding neighborhoods and encouraging Mayor Berkowitz to establish a downtown Anchorage Revitalization Leadership Council. Item 9C1, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 550-2018, recommendation of award to Roger Hickle Contracting, Inc., to provide construction of the South Westchester Lagoon Bridge Replacement Project for the Municipality of Anchorage Parks and Rec, $1,216,175.55. 9 Delta 19, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 551-2018, sole source non-encumbering contract with Gartner, Inc. for consulting services for the Municipality of Anchorage, AWU, and Information Technology Department. The amounts of $334,946.65, and for the ITD portion, $161,360. Item 9 Delta 20, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 552-2018, change order number 3 for PO 2017-001276 to Alexandra Verite de Severo and Anchorage Urban Fellows to provide various services to the Municipality of Anchorage, MOA, $12,960. 9 Delta 21, Memorandum Number AM 553-2018, Budget Advisory Commission, appointment of Lindia Keller. 9 Echo 3, Information Memorandum Number AIM 83-2018, Solid Waste and Recycling Advisory Commission resolution in support of AO 2018-63, prohibiting disposable plastic shopping bags. 9 Echo 4, Information Memorandum Number AIM 82-2018, Quarterly Bar Safety Hour Permit Report. Item 14I4, Ordinance Number AO 2018-64, an S1 version, an ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal Code Chapter 370 in accordance with the U.S. Supreme Court decision in Janus v. AFSCME and affirming the municipality's commitment to neutrality in discussions with employees regarding union membership. 14P1, Resolution Number AR 2018-252, an S version, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly regarding the renewal of municipal marijuana cultivation license M10237 for Alaska Sense LLC, DBA Alaska Sense, stating the Assembly's protest for the renewal of State of Alaska marijuana license 10237 for the same establishment respectively, and authorizing the municipal clerk to take certain action. 14Q1, Resolution Number AR 2018-253S, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly regarding the renewal of municipal marijuana retail license M10236 for Alaska Sense LLC, doing business as Canabaska, stating the Assembly's protest to the renewal of State of Alaska marijuana license 10236 for the same establishment, respectively, and authorizing the municipal clerk to take certain action. Laid on the table items are 2. The letter from the Marijuana Control Board dated August 23, 2018, regarding AR 2018-252S, and certification of the August 7th municipal special election memo from the Municipal Clerk's Office, AM 509-218.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. At this time, we'll go down the dais and see if there are any items that we would like to pull for further discussion. We'll start with you. Ms. Borowski, can you pull things from the consent agenda? I actually don't know. We'll start with you, Mr. Weddleton.
Nothing.
Okay. Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to pull 9 Alpha 3 for reading.
Mr. Perman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to pull item 9B4.
Okay. Is that all? Okay. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to pull 9 Alpha 2 for reading. That's all.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Croft.
No items to pull.
Thank you. Mr. Trainee.
Nothing, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No items this evening.
Mr. Croft. I'm sorry, Mr. Constant.
I have no items to pull.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Domboski.
9 Alpha 1 and 9 Bravo 3.
Okay. Mr. Dyson.
Nothing, thanks.
All right, thank you. So I have to repeat, I have 9 Alpha 1 pulled by Ms. Demboski, 9 Alpha 2 pulled by Ms. LaFrance, 9 Alpha 3 pulled by Mr. Rivera, 9 Bravo 3 pulled by Ms. Demboski, 9 Bravo 4 pulled by Mr. Perman, and that is all. Is there any items I'm missing? Okay, so at this time, please vote on the balance of the consent agenda. Oh, I'm sorry. Can we get a motion to approve the balance of the consent agenda?
Move to approve.
Moved and seconded. All right. Now let's vote on that. Mr. Constant?
What was that? Oh, sorry.
Thank you. That passes unanimously. Did you vote? Okay. Thank you. Sorry, did the clerk see it? To make sure you have a system in place? Okay. They're way ahead of me as usual. Clerk's office is ahead. Okay, so first we have 9 Alpha 1.
Move to approve.
Yep. Moved and seconded. All right. Who's reading and who's presenting? Oh, asked unanimous consent. All right, seeing no opposition, that is approved. Who is reading and who is presenting?
Amy's reading.
Great. Please do so.
A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and honoring Deborah Baird for her 21 years of service with the municipality of Anchorage. Whereas Deborah Baird, RD, began her service with the municipality of Anchorage in 1997 as a public health dietitian at the Department of Health and Human Services. Whereas she received her Bachelor's of Science in Dietetics in 1981 and her Master's in Food Nutrition with an emphasis in public health in 1995. Whereas Deborah offered engaging nutrition education to the clients she served, advocating and encouraging pregnant women and parents to feed their infants and children for maximum growth. She is consistently patient and professional while assisting families facing very challenging situations. Whereas in her work as an international breastfeeding certified lactation consultant, she provided expert advice for mothers struggling to breastfeed their babies. She significantly expanded the breastfeeding peer counselor program by supporting peer educators through training and mentorship. And whereas she served as a senior staff member at the WIC Clinic and has outstanding counseling and training skills, she is clear and comprehensive in her role as lead nutritionist and trainer for the direct service nutrition staff, and recently took on the responsibility of creating a comprehensive program, orientation, and training to be conducted for all new WIC staff. And whereas her services were exemplary and the municipality was fortunate to have her, she will be greatly missed for her wealth of knowledge and service as a role model of excellence. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Municipal Assembly resolves that Deborah Baird is recognized and honored for her 21 years of service and dedication to the municipality and the citizens of Anchorage, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 28th day of August, 2018.
Thank you very much.
Oh, do you want us to say some words?
Yes, please.
Okay. All right.
Short.
On behalf of Debbie Baird, she is actually traveling tonight, so I'm receiving this in her stead. She is deeply grateful for the work and recognizing her work. It has been, she was a tremendous asset to our program as the WIC coordinator for the municipality. We counted on her and her expertise to do the fabulous work she did, and we bid her well on her journeys. She left for Montana, and she is on the road. So again, thank you.
Thank you. There are no questions. Thank you all for coming. Okay.
We have the next.
to the next
Oh.
one, too. This way,
Okay.
back up again.
It's very confusing. All right. Next, we have resolution number AR 2018-247, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and honoring Elizabeth Butera for her over 26 years of service with the municipality of Anchorage. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
All right. Asking unanimous consent. Seeing no opposition. Who is reading? Who is presenting?
I am reading.
All right. Excellent. Thank you.
AR number 2018-247, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and honoring Elizabeth Butera for her over 26 years of service with the municipality of Anchorage. Whereas Elizabeth Butera, public health advanced nurse practitioner, began her service with the municipality of Anchorage in 1991 as a public health nurse at the Department of Health and Human Services, DHHS, and whereas Elizabeth serves as a positive role model both professionally and personally and made a difference in the lives of thousands of Anchorage residents, providing the community a high quality of compassionate service and care at our municipal public health clinic for over 26 years, and whereas she had the opportunity to work in a clinical setting helping individuals both at the health department and Highland Correctional Center, as well as public events in the community, such as health fairs, flu clinics, and outreach events, and whereas Elizabeth focused her career on providing services to the individuals and groups within our community who fall between the gaps left behind in our traditional care systems. She provides care to uninsured, underinsured, low-income, and immigrant communities, and while doing so, she provides the same level of care as if she were working in a high-cost clinic. She treats every one of her patients as though they were the most important individual in the world. And whereas outside of her clinic rooms, her patients face challenges like poverty, lack of housing, underemployment, and incarceration, but inside her clinic rooms, each patient has a moment to be the center of attention, to feel as though their needs are the most important and as though their voice matters. Her ability to provide this patient-centered approach has touched many thousands over her years with the municipality. And whereas by focusing her work and her passions on providing family planning services to underserved women across the municipality, Elizabeth created a healthier community as a whole by offering safe, effective, and cost-efficient family planning options to women who would otherwise not have access. She has saved the city and the state many hundreds of thousands of dollars in unplanned pregnancies. And whereas she leads a team that educates men and women about their reproductive health and empowers them to make healthy choices, provides health services to the women at Highland Mountain Correctional Center, providing annual exams, breast exams, cancer screenings, education about contraception and testing, and treatment of infectious diseases. And whereas she has turned her focus to working on training the next generation of public health nurses. She is dedicated to seeing her work continue beyond her tenure and to impact our community well beyond the barriers of her scope of care. In each moment and with every client, she demonstrates excellence in care and represents the Municipality of Anchorage, Department of Health and Human Services, and the clinical services team in a manner that each of us can continue to strive towards as we grow in our careers as well. And whereas she is kind, dedicated, and selfless in her continual efforts to help both the individuals of and the community of Anchorage achieve the highest level of health possible. Her work is a passion from the heart, and the impact is measured in thousands of lives citywide. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Municipal Assembly resolves that Elizabeth Butera is recognized and honored for her over 26 years of service and dedication to the municipality and the citizens of Anchorage, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 28th day of August, 2018.
Wow. Thank you very much. I just have a couple words. I'm going to cry. My career has been professionally and personally rewarding, and I think you can tell by this amazing document here. This past year has been especially special because the clinic is functioning so well. Our management and caregivers are working as a team like I've never seen them before. I want to thank the current administration for the support of our clinics. It has been an honor to provide care to the Anchorage public for over 27 years. They have given me as much as I have given. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next up, we have item 9A3, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing September 2018 as Hunger Action Month and encouraging the elimination of hunger in Anchorage. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Moved and seconded. Any opposition? Seeing none, that passes. Who is reading? Who is presenting?
I am reading, Mr. Chair.
Oh, great. All right, please go ahead.
A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing September 2018 as Hunger Action Month and encouraging the elimination of hunger in Anchorage. Whereas September is designated as Hunger Action Month across the United States and in Alaska, and whereas in Alaska there are about 102,670 food insecure people, and in Anchorage there are around 36,900 food insecure people, and whereas almost 14% of the food insecure people are kids who live in homes that may not have enough food, 12% are Anchorage kids. The problem of hunger affects our neighbors, co-workers, and those we interact with on a daily basis in our community. And whereas Anchorage has a strong anti-hunger network comprised of the food industry and faith-based, tribal, public, and nonprofit organizations committed to addressing hunger, and whereas the Food Bank of Alaska believes that no one deserves to be hungry. Since 1979, the Food Bank has been securing donated food for partner food programs to distribute to hungry Alaskans. And whereas the citizens of Anchorage, as a community who cares about those who experience food insecurity, should endeavor during the month of September to make a difference by advocating, raising awareness, and donating food, money, and time to advance the cause for eliminating hunger in Anchorage. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Anchorage Assembly recognizes September as Hunger Action Month and encourages all citizens to give of their time and financial resources to the Food Bank of Alaska or other entities in Anchorage's anti-hunger network to help our neighbors in need. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 28th day of August, 2018.
Would you mind identifying yourself for the record?
Thank you. My name is Robin Phillips, and I have the pleasure of being a board member of the Food Bank of Alaska. One would like to thank the Assembly for their recognition of September being Hunger Action Month. This is an awareness drive for the Feeding America Network. The Food Bank of Alaska is dedicated to ending hunger in Alaska. We believe that no one deserves to be hungry. So this month, September, we ask you to help us make the public aware, and we ask the public to make a meaningful donation or a meaningful action to end hunger in Alaska and in this community. We thank you for your time this afternoon, and if you need ideas, we have our calendar of events on the Food Bank of Alaska's website. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. There are no questions. Thank you for your time. Okay. Mr. Dyson, did you want to say something?
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to introduce my wife, who's here.
Oh.
First time in 30 years. And if you'd please stand, my wife, Jane. Next to her is her sister, Marie Matosian from Alhambra, and her granddaughter, Larissa Lohman. So please help me welcome them to the chambers.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Thank you for letting us borrow Fred every other Tuesday night. So let's see here. We are now down to item 9 Bravo 3. That was pulled by you, Ms. Demboski. What is the will of the body?
I move to approve.
Moved and seconded. Ms. Demboski, is there something you want to?
So, she has a standard of not voting on behalf of these licenses, but since we have it pulled off, I would just like to say I'm grateful to all of these operators for running what I would characterize as clean and good operations. A number of them I've been into, and I have found them committed to ensuring that their little corner of our town is clean and bright and well kept. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Is there any other discussion on this item or motions? All right, not seeing any. Please vote on this item. So she can vote against it. That item passes 10-1. We are now on item 9 Bravo 4. Oh, I'm sorry, that's on the addendum. Let me find it. Resolution number AR 2018-262, a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly declaring its support for a strong and vibrant downtown Anchorage and the surrounding neighborhoods and encouraging Mayor Berkowitz to establish a downtown Anchorage revitalization leadership council. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I'd like to propose a couple of amendments that were in your packet. On Friday, we had a work session on this, and the resolution, which is also new in your packet, we have a couple of, a pair of amendments, and I can put them forward as one single vote if you'd like. Amendment 1A, we're going to change the following. Whereas residents across Anchorage desire to, we're going to take out, end the continuing stagnation and insert, address the multiple challenges and myriad of opportunities of the area of Ship Creek and to Chester Creek and Kirkland to Merrill Field by encouraging new public and private investment, modernize public infrastructure, residential development, and resilient economic development for all. That's 1A. And 1B, very simply, down there at the bottom of the page, or actually it's page 2, line 4, responding to a request to have reports back to the Assembly on a more frequent basis. We're going to insert the word quarterly between provide and updates, provide quarterly updates to the Assembly and the community on progress.
So you want to make a motion then? You move your amendment?
Yes, so move to make those amendments.
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded. Any other discussion on Mr. Perman's amendment? We'll call it one amendment. That's how it is in our packet. Perman amendment number 1. Okay, not seeing any discussion. Please vote on this amendment. Lily voted yes. Mr. Dyson? Mr. Dyson indicates he votes yes. Oh, press the button. That amendment passes unanimously. So we're now back to the main resolution as amended. Any discussion on this resolution? Mr. Constant.
Thank you. In the packets down the road, you'll see in the agenda a draft ordinance to achieve a similar goal that we'll be moving to postpone indefinitely. The purpose of this commission and now this council is to spark conversation among key stakeholders in an area that's identified broadly the downtown from Chester Creek to Ship Creek, from Merrifield to the inlet. And already this conversation has been valuable and proven that just beginning the conversation can do a lot. So I look forward to the mayor's leadership on this question, and I'll be standing right there if this passes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Any other discussion on this item? Not seeing any. Please vote on this item. Mr. Dyson? Mr. Dyson votes yes. That resolution passes unanimously. That concludes our consent agenda items. We are now on item 11A. We'll do that one first. Assembly Memorandum number AM 523. Is that correct? 523-218? It might be 218-523. Anyway, on-site water and wastewater technical review board appointments. Jeffrey A. Garness and Kurt D. Sowers from the mayor's office. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve the confirmation.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? Mr. Dyson? Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Any other discussion on this item? All right, not seeing any, please vote on this item. No, we're good. There we go. That item passes unanimously. Mr. Croft.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we change the order of the day to consider 11B, that's AO 2018-63, after 13B. Move it, move it after 13B.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. Can we have a second on that motion? I would like to do this. I'd like to take up that at the end of our old business so we can knock out the other stuff before the controversial item. Can I get a second on Mr. Croft's? Moved and seconded. Any discussion on that? Okay. So please vote on the motion to change the order of the day. Mr. Weddleton?
Oh, I'm sorry.
All right. Yes.
Just a second. He wants to take it up at when?
We're going to take it up after 13B.
What time is it now? Because you can't do that. If you look at item 13, old business, you can't take it up until and no earlier than 6 p.m.
That's a good point.
Okay.
Let's see. We're blowing through too quickly is what you're saying.
I know. You just can't do what you want to do.
Yeah.
So
well,
you might want to take your dinner break now.
Well, no, let's
back.
have our appearance request first, and we can change it again if we need to. But let's hear from Mr. Bob Meyer. Is Mr. Meyer here? He would like to speak to the Assembly.
So what did we mean? Sorry, Eric.
Good evening. My name is Bob Mayer. 10 years ago to this month, I placed on the record of the Anchorage Assembly vocal comments concerning the relationship between Municipal Light and Power and the Anchorage Water Wastewater Utility. With the pending sale of Municipal Light and Power to Chugach Electric, I will now augment those comments and once again place them on your record as of this date. Title 42 of Alaska State Statute is entitled Public Utilities and Carriers and Energy Programs. AS 4205-311 defines the competition which exists between Municipal Light and Power and Chugach Electric. 4205-711 defines the Anchorage Water Wastewater Utility and Municipal Light and Power as being one entity. With the results of Proposition 10 concerning the sale of Municipal Light and Power now being certified by the municipal clerk, I call upon this seating of the Anchorage Assembly to engage the AWW ratepayers and inform them of the effect that the sale of Municipal Light and Power will have on them. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Meyer. Are there any, Mr. Meyer, there's a question for you if you want to come back from Mr. Weddleton.
Thank you, but I'm not going to accept any questions here tonight. I place this on the record. I would suggest any questions that anyone has up here be directed, Mr. Falsey isn't here, but I'm quite aware that he is very well involved and informed of the Title 42 implications of selling Municipal Light Power. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you, Mr. Meyer. Well, you know, I think we have to take it up because we just don't have anything else to work on. So let's change the order back. We've worked too quickly. So
undo everything I tried to do before and take up 11B at this time.
Okay.
All right. So we have a second to take up 11 Bravo now.
I'll second it.
All right. Moved and seconded. Any opposition to changing the order of the day and taking it up now? Not seeing any. All right. We are back now to item 11 Bravo. Ordinance number AO 2018-63S, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly amending the Anchorage Municipal Code to add a new chapter to prohibit certain retail sellers from distributing disposable plastic shopping bags and providing for civil fines. And where we left this, there was an amendment on the floor from Mr. Constant. So we will resume discussion now.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I will in a moment be moving to rescind this and set this amendment aside, but first, I had an opportunity to read through all of the amendments, but one in particular that really helped in the discussion or the framing of this conversation to create really clear sections of what's allowable and what is kind of defined as reusable, et cetera. And so I'm looking forward to that conversation. I have an amendment that will come later that will ask all of us to consider doing the right thing in this case, which is to ban the plastic bags outright altogether and not do the thickness dance and say this thickness or that thickness or any thickness is appropriate. And so I look forward to that coming towards the end of this deliberation as all these amendments get processed. And with that, I'll say I would like to set aside my amendment that's on the floor.
Thank you. I apologize. Mr. Gates had actually asked me, can we get who was the second on that? Do we recall? I don't recall. So they can withdraw it as well?
Is there any objection from any of the members to withdraw? That would capture the individual who was the second.
Is there any objection to withdrawing Mr. Constant's amendment? Seeing none, that amendment is withdrawn. Yeah. Mr. Gates, you had actually asked me before we started this to call on you before we got discussion going. Would you like to speak now?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted a brief comment before we dived into all the amendments. So this ordinance, when first introduced, was fairly short, but because it's got a huge impact on the community, I can see the Assembly members all were very interested, and we had a large number of amendments, which is an unusual amount. We had 12 overall, and the clerk and I, two of them are sort of like omnibus amendments. One is a large omnibus change, but it restructures how the new Chapter 1595 and the S version is organized. And the second one's sort of a mini omnibus amendment. It has some changes throughout. The clerk and I got together and wanted to make sure we organize these so we can go through them in a logical manner that makes sense and make sure that everybody's amendments are heard and voted on and in an order that we are able to track what's changing throughout. And so that's why we have a special process tonight. You have a second yellow folder that has all the amendments, and the clerk's office and I worked hard to put this together, and we just ask that the Assembly members respect the order that we've laid this out, and please make your motions in order that they are listed here in the packet, and then things will be more efficient and less messier, or not get more messy than they already are. And I think that we can get through this together. We'll all be fine. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gates. Yes, I too hope we get through this all together. So now, Mr. Trainee, you're in the queue.
Mr. Chairman, would you set the debate time at 1 hour, sir?
Yes.
Let's keep track of how long we're debating so we don't spend hours trying to kill the clock tonight.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So debate time is typically at 1 hour, and I'll remind my colleagues we are starting it now. Actually, we started it a couple minutes ago, and so we'll go until... we'll start it now, so we'll go until 7:15. But again, that is I'm looking at the clock wrong. We'll go until 6:45. And again, that's a ceiling, not a target. So if we finish sooner, even better. Mr. Croft.
I'd move Croft Amendment number 2.
Second.
Croft Amendment number 2. Mr. Croft, would you like to explain this amendment?
Yeah, very briefly. It came from trying to work out some of the implications of the bill, working on a Saturday on it, and what it essentially does is, I think, just provide a framework for us to make all the policy choices that we've got before us by defining the universe into 3 things: the truly reusable bags that we don't, we want to encourage and have no fee or prohibition on. On the other end of the spectrum, the disposable plastic bags that have identified as a problem and that many of us believe, or the proposal is to ban. And then everything in between is an alternative bag subject to a 10-cent fee. And the reason for covering it there is when you didn't, there were weird gaps in the prior bill. We'd defined a recyclable paper bag and said that a 10-cent fee applies to it if it has, and that has to have at least a minimum of 40% recycled content. Well, if it had zero recycled content, if it was an old growth bag, it wasn't clear to me that it was banned or a fee applied or anything. It just fell out. Similarly, when we made exceptions from what and listed those things we didn't want to be banned, it said the prohibition does not apply to these things like ice or carrying of meat, bags for those. Well, does the fee, right? So I'm trying to do here simply cover the universe and make it so that there aren't any gaps in it. And then we can start to lay on then the exceptions or the particular content. Is there a 50% or a 50-cent maximum? What do you do with compostable? Is that a band or a fee or nothing at all? But anyway, I think and hope it provides a structure for us to then have an ordered debate later on the policy choices.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. Mr. Weddleton.
All right, yeah, I thank Assemblyman Croft for tidying things up there, and this was helpful. And I wanted to point out one thing on page 2, if you move down to C, where it says a retail seller may provide a reusable bag without limitation or fee. And I just point out that I think that addresses a later amendment by Ms. LaFrance. So, and I think it makes hers not needed. I'm not sure. Suzanne can decide that. And then on all these, I think we've noticed, but if people in the audience and viewers don't know, is we've left blank the thickness, and we'll discuss the thickness of plastic bags that we may or may not allow at the end of the discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. And because reading in marked up language can be really challenging, I'd asked Mr. Gates and Mr. Croft to provide for everybody a clear, unmarked up version of what would happen to the proposed amendment if the amendment passed. And so in your packets, there's a document that says this document for reference only. And it's a super streamlined version of what happens if we pass this. And once I saw it in this manner, it became crystal clear that this is the path in which I recommend we go.
Which of our folders is that in?
It's under the main stack of the white papers with the green, yellow, and blue. It's the last page of that packet. And it reads on the top, for reference only, agenda item number 11B. Again, it's just the unmarked up version. If these were adopted, this is what becomes of the document. So instead of written in weird markup language, it's written in plain English.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Gates.
I was just going to mention that reference document. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gates. Is there any other discussion on Mr. Croft's amendment? Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a question as we move through the amendments. Like, for example, under Section A, it contains the date January 1, 2019. If later, well, I think, isn't there an amendment that you have, John, right, that addresses the date?
Somebody had an amendment to change it to 1 March, I think.
So would we be further amending this document? Yes, we would down the road.
Yeah, so if this passes, we'll have an amended ordinance before us, and then every further amendment will be changing that already amended version.
Okay. I know there's an A path and a B path,
Yeah.
and I wasn't sure which way we were heading. Okay.
Well, it depends. If we pass this, we'll be on the A path, and I thank the clerk's office and Mr. Gates for providing us this sort of logical order of amendments. There are a lot of amendments to this ordinance, but they do not change the fundamental nature of the ordinance itself, which is we are proposing to ban retail plastic bags. So, any other discussion on Mr. Croft's amendment? Okay. All right, please vote on this amendment. Mr. Dyson? Okay. He just must have stepped out for a moment. That amendment passes 9-1. All right, so now we are going down the A path in your packet, and we are going to be perhaps amending the ordinance as amended. So the first one here is Weddleton Amendment number 3.
So I'll move Weddleton Amendment 3.
Can I have a second?
A3.
A3.
Second.
Yeah, A3. So we now have before us Weddleton Amendment A3. Mr. Weddleton, would you like to explain this amendment?
Yeah, one thing I'd like to point out, it does say in the proposed amendment at the top there, it says that it proposes disposable shopping bags less than 1.25 mils. It does not. We left that blank. So it says that in the discussion, the summary, but that's not quite right. Like Mr. Croft's amendments, this just seeks to tighten up the language a little bit so that our definitions are more clear. If we go to number 3A, this would allow biodegradable and compostable plastic bags, which is different than Mr. Croft's. And we had some testimony 2 weeks ago from someone who sells these things and says that it would be good to have these included in there as the technology on compostable and biodegradable bags becomes better, that we leave that door open for their use. And it provides a definition. It also, on the definition of disposable plastic shopping bag, it adds derived from petroleum, which speaks back to the compostable and biodegradable aspect. It also adds the phrase generally intended for one-time use, which gets to, I think, the more colloquial definition of what we're talking about on these things. No matter what it's made of, if it's given out at retail, really with the intent that you walk out with your item one time at retail, that it would be included.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Constant.
Just a couple more.
Thank you. So I've been doing quite a bit of research into all of this myself, and I have come to the understanding that biodegradable and compostable plastic bags have limited actual biodegradability or compostability. That at this time, in the science and methods that we have, when a bag made of a biodegradable product ends up at the landfill, it doesn't actually biodegrade. And a compostable bag has to be in an actual composting facility in order for it to actually be compostable. And so these products in the end don't actually do what they say they do at this time. And so my recommendation to the body is not to go with this at this time, but that because of the framework that Mr. Croft has created that provides these either alternative, reusable, or banned bags, that in the future, when these technologies do in fact prove to work, that we can amend this at a future time. And so it would be my hope that the body contemplates this and says no, because even though it says it's biodegradable or compostable, it is not in fact going to do what it says it's going to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Trainee.
Mr. Wilton, does your issue deal with hemp bags? Bags made of hemp, which are biodegradable? You can plant them in the ground, they'll grow?
My guess is that a hemp bag would end up being probably under Croft's and also this in the reusable category, so it wouldn't really be necessary.
I was talking to people that can make a bag out of hemp.
I think under both situations here, that would be a reusable bag is most likely.
Okay, thank you, John.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Mr. Croft.
Yeah. So, Mr. Weldon, the universe before was the prohibited, the fee, and or the prohibited, the allowed without restriction. Anything else was an alternative bag. When we create a fourth category of permitted bag, what is meant to be? Does the 10-cent fee apply to that? Is it a free one, what did you, so now we have a fourth category where we just had three, allowed, prohibited, and a fee applied to it. What does a permitted bag have as its consequence?
Okay, I think that gets to a later amendment, but it is a good question, and it says the fee would apply to a permitted bag except for reusable bags.
Well, we exempted reusable bag out of the definition of alternative, and I guess just stylistically, we used to say alternative bag means any bag, and when we give an example, we say, well, alternative bag means a biodegradable, compostable bag, a recyclable bag, or any other bag. It still means any bag. So I can provide as many specific examples as I want. If I always include the phrase or any other bag, it hasn't changed anything.
Where is that? I don't see any other bag.
When you take alternative bag means any bag, which is what it said before, and your language adds alternative bag means this bag, that bag, or any other bag, we still have, it still means everything that is not the other two. Doing a definition that that is a scope of everything that isn't these things, and it could be A, and it could be pink, and it could be, but you haven't changed your definition at all. So I have two concerns, I think, though I like some other parts at the end. One, we change the definition of alternative bag without any effect, and we create another category that is confusingly similar to alternative bag and has the same consequences. If we mean a compostable to have a 10-cent fee, that was already done, because alternative bag is anything else, and it just is anything else. So a paper or a compostable or a pink one would have a 10-cent fee if it wasn't a reusable and it wasn't a disposable. So I guess I continue. I don't think the first part does anything else, and I think later we've added permitted, and we need to then, everywhere we said alternative, say permitted, and if they both have the same consequence, why provide a different definition?
That's a fair question, and I did not have alternative bag in there because I thought that phrasing was a little odd. So if you look at the Weddleton B3, it doesn't have alternative because, like you, I wanted to streamline the definitions here, and we put alternative in there because that was in yours and we're building off of yours. So I would as soon get rid of the whole alternative bag thing and just go with permitted, because alternative bag is puzzling in what that actually means. I mean, you can read this and kind of ferret it out, but if you just say to someone on the streets, go get an alternative bag, they're going to scratch their head. And I try to put these things in simple language so people understand. But I would recommend, as we're going forward here then, as we have a discussion on this, so this is kind of presented as one big amendment, there's several pages, but I think we should break this out because, I mean, I don't want to throw out the whole packet here, 3 pages, because of debate over disposable bags. So I would say I moved Weddleton A3. I wonder if I can instead move Weddleton A3, number 3A. And we'll just work on that.
Okay, and can I then just add real quick?
So number 3A. Mr. Weldon, could you say that again? So do you already have another amendment ready to go, or we would have to go through this one and break it out?
It's already well, there are separate amendments.
Right.
This one, A3, has several parts, 3, A, B, C, and D.
Gotcha.
And I think our discussion now is, do we have, biodegradable and compostable? And I would agree. I think right now what Mr. Constance said is that those bags aren't, they're probably more biodegradable and so on than the standard plastic bag, but they're not really where you want to be quite yet. But they will be, and they will be soon. I mean, we've heard there are cornstarch bags now. That's a good thing. We should allow those in there. I think we'd be not helping ourselves by not allowing those. So this opens that door. But that's the debate. I mean, when someone shows us a wonderful bag that will work, they come back and we go through this process again. We could do that, or we could just open the door now. The compostable and biodegradable bags are expensive. Retailers will not choose that as their first choice to replace plastic bags. That would be kind of specialty companies that feel like that's their ethical choice or whatever, and they might do that. But I don't think you'll see a lot of them. And we heard from the speaker 2 weeks ago that they were, I think, 10 or 15 cents each or something. It's more than paper. So probably wouldn't be a first choice. It'd be more that instead of paper.
Right. Okay. So we're still debating the whole omnibus at this point. Mr. Constance, you have a comment on that, or?
Yeah, a little of both. I would support Mr. Weddleton's idea to break these down and just move through them as swiftly as we can. But I do recommend that we do not use the word permitted, because permitted implies there is a permitting process. And I think we should use a word that doesn't, because, yeah, it's allowed or alternative or whatever, but permitted implies, and there is actually another amendment that talks about if it's approved by the director, which would also imply permitted. And so we just have to be careful with the use of that word. It has multiple different meanings under the code.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Gates.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess 2 comments. I think I will respond to Mr. Constance first. The word permitted, it's true in many contexts. That's what it means. You need to apply for a permit and obtain one. But when you're interpreting an ordinance, you look at the chapter or the context it's used in. And similarly to Title 21, there's sometimes a permitted use, but you don't apply for a permit. It's just allowed in this area. And here, we're saying a permitted bag, it's just allowed. It's not prohibited, and there's no process within this new chapter 1595 to get a permit. So the concept we're talking about, I don't think really applies. And then my second comment, I would like to explain how I tried to address what I think Mr. Croft was referring to as a potential gap here. So with Mr. Weddleton's Amendment A3, there's a change to the definition of alternative bag, and that change would include the biodegradable and compostable plastic bag, as well as the recyclable paper bags. And the purpose of changing that definition a little bit is so that when we're in the fee section down there in, I guess, subsection, is it B, for charging 10 cents per bag, it still says alternative bag, but now alternative does include those categories of the paper bag and the biodegradable compostable bag. So I tried to ensure we didn't leave a gap in any of the categories that Mr. Weddleton has now broken out into 4 categories. I believe that what I've done does not leave a gap, but as I said, we're in a little messy procedure, so hopefully I'm correct.
Thank you, Mr. Gates. Mr. Croft.
I know we've got a time limit, but when you do, so I don't really care what you call it. It can be allowed, permitted, alternative. The label isn't important, but what is important is when you define it as specific things, you leave out everything else. And so when this says permitted bag means these 4 things, and one of them is a recyclable paper bag. I can make the worst bag in the world, an unrecyclable paper bag, and you have neither banned it nor put a fee on it. You've created this whole, you've recreated the whole that was in the original by describing it as 4 things. Unless you describe it as everything in between, and you can, again, allowed, permitted, or alternative. But when you do that, I think you've created a 4th category that I don't know what it is. It has a lot of holes for what it ain't and what its consequences are.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. Mr. Weddleton.
Well, no, because, and this is following the original ordinance, non-recyclable paper bags would not be allowed. This is permitted, and it's not a permitted bag. There's no fee on it because you're not allowed to use it. And I think the original ordinance, I mean, the base ordinance we're amending here talks about, recyclable paper bags. So that's where that comes from. But I wonder, can we break this out into the pieces now, or?
Sure. I think that
help.
Let's do that. So you're going to withdraw the amendment overall and then move A3A as an amendment. Is that right?
Yeah, that's Weddleton Amendment A3, number 3.A.
Okay. Can we get a second for that? All right, great. So that's moved and seconded. So we're discussing now only the first portion of this of this amendment document. Further discussion there. Mr. Constant?
I was speaking on the previous matter, so we can start the queue over and begin the conversation.
Okay. Would anyone like to speak to Mr. Weddleton's now slightly smaller amendment? Mr. Weddleton?
Well, I actually have an amendment to the amendment. And it's just something I think in this complicated process here. And this is if you go to the end of it, and it says further amending section 15.95.020 as follows. Section A, on the second line, should delete disposable plastic shopping bag.
I'm sorry, could you say that again for myself and the clerk?
Should, on this section A that begins with on or after January 1st, 2019, on the second line, delete the words disposable plastic shopping bag. That's not needed, and it's already in there when you talk about the permitted.
Okay. So it would now read, shall not provide a bag that is not a permitted bag.
Correct.
Yeah, okay. So is there any objection to that small change to his amendment? Okay, I'm not seeing any objection to that small change, so now we're back to working on that portion of the amendment itself. More discussion. Ms. Dembowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just by way of process here, I think it's important when we move amendments that you actually read the amendment or describe the amendment in detail, because people out here have no idea what we're looking at. It's hard enough for us to keep track, and I think it'll help the minutes clerk, so that would be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dembowski. Although we have slightly improved transparency through the work of our clerk's office, we now display the amendments on the screen. But I appreciate there are people at home who cannot see that. Our clerk also points out we have extra copies available at the minutes clerk. Where's the, right here, if people want to come and see a physical copy of them, they're available. All right, Mr. Constant?
Yep, to my peers, I would just recommend that this all becomes more confusing as we dig deeper into the pits, that Mr. Croft's amendment that we already approved creates a really clean way to approach this, and we can in the future come back to the question of adding in biodegradable or compostable, especially if we get a municipal composting facility, or if we have a better procedure at the landfill for actually recycling these, which we already heard public testimony that they don't actually spend much time in the recycling of them, but they do land in the trees everywhere. And so my hope is that folks will just keep it clean and say no. Thank you.
Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. And I guess I want to echo Mr. Constant on this. I was originally a supporter of Mr. Weddleton's efforts to add biodegradable bags, but having looked a little bit closer at what Mr. Croft has done with the amendment and listening to the argument here, it's clear that in his new version, biodegradable bags are allowed, right? Because it says alternative bag means any bag that is designed to any bag, right? They're just subject to the fee, and so which is on the next page. A retail seller shall provide an alternative bag to a purchaser, and that's where the fee comes in. So it's clear. Plastic bags are banned, alternative bags have a fee, and then reusable bags don't have a fee. And so again, I apologize to Mr. Weddleton, but I also am going to vote against this portion of the amendment because I think it actually is subsumed by what Mr. Croft has done. Can I have this back? Okay. Mr. Weddleton.
Well, that's a little unfortunate. I think what we're doing is this whole section, part of the intent here, because we didn't have pushback on that issue at any of our work sessions, so I left it in here thinking it was okay. So this piece of the overall amendment addresses some other things, including this permitted bag. And so we toss this whole thing out. I think we're losing some important pieces. So I'd say maybe delete the stuff on the compostable and biodegradable bags. One thing that I feel is a cleanup on Mr. Croft's amendment is he has in this definition of a disposable plastic bag, the thickness of the bag. And I don't think most people think about the thickness. I know what a 4 mil bag is and a 2 1/4 and so on because I use them every day. But most people don't know what that is, and they can't tell the difference between a 0.6, and so it's just a bag, okay? But so this breaks out the thickness from the definition of a disposable bag, which to me has been confusing, and it confuses the whole discussion as you go through this ordinance. So that's why you get into this permitted bag. A disposable bag is a bag that is generally intended at the retail to be used once to carry your retail purchases away. And you may use it for other things at home, but its intent is one-time use to carry stuff away from the store. That's a disposable bag. And it doesn't talk about thickness or color or any other feature. What is it used for? And that's what people think about. So then when we throw in, well, this is a disposable bag unless it's over a certain thickness or under a certain thickness, then it got confused. So that was my intent on doing this permitted bag list. And we haven't cleaned that up in Mr. Croft's amendment, and this is the cleanup for that, to get it out of that definition. It also adds, which I think Mr. Constant had looked for, is that woven plastic bags are not considered disposable, because we got a super thin bag made of plastic, but it was woven plastic. And I think anyone holding it would go, I can use this a lot. It's not, he's going to show us one right there, see? So these other, so without that in there, that would not, you'd pay a dime for that, or it'd be banned. You know, it's too thin. So that has to be in there somewhere. So I would recommend, if someone wants to take out, however we would word this, in this amendment, the references to biodegradable or compostable plastic bags, and that would be in the, everything in the first paragraph on page 1, the first part, the second paragraph that's all bold underlined, and the second line at the very last paragraph on that page, and then delete C from permitted bag, and that removes that issue.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Mr. Constant.
The question of thickness is one that we will come to, and in fact, there is in the packet Constant Amendment A9 that does exactly what Mr. Weddleton speaks to, and that strikes out the line, and that is less than blank space thick. So the question of thickness will come out of there in this debate, but we hopefully will reserve the question of thickness until the end of the debate, because we have a lot of measures to get through before we come to the final question of, are we outright banning these plastic bags, or are we going to come to a 4 mil or 2 mil or whatever? So there is definitely an amendment that does exactly that down the road, that does it in a simple and clean way.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Weddleton.
Well, it doesn't actually do that. If we ban all plastic bags in every way, shape, or form, then it does. Makes it well, much clearer here. But hoping we won't do that, it would set a thickness that would either put it in the disposable bags, or disposable unless they're certain cutoff that people have a hard time understanding, or more clearly in this permitted. So I don't think that would clean it up.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Constant?
In the underlying amendment as amended, reusable bag means a bag that is designed and manufactured to withstand repeated use over time and is made from cloth, other machine washable fabric, or is made from other woven material that can be cleaned and disinfected regularly and has handles. And so actually it does address it pretty well. I think Mr. Croft's amendment settled the question for me at least, and I understand it doesn't for everybody.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Trainee.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to call the question on this issue in front of us.
All right.
All right.
Take 6 votes.
All right. Well, there's no one else in the queue, so let's vote on this portion of the amendment. So we're now voting on Weddleton Amendment A3A as amended. Please vote.
A33A.
All right, thank you, Ms. That motion failed. All right. So now, Mr. Weddleton, we are on to, if you'd like to continue,
sure.
We are on A3B.
3B. And this is, again, just somewhat a cleanup in the wording. Retail seller, it deletes retail or, just as commercial business, and deletes facility, because that implies that the building is giving the bag away. So it would say retail seller means a commercial business located within the municipality, et cetera, and so on. And then it says food directly to final consumers, which, so none of that should change the intent, I believe.
All right. Can we get a second on that? Second. Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this? Not seeing any, please vote on this portion of the amendment. Okay, that passes 8-3. All right, we are now on, you want to bring
I'd like to
A3C?
move Weddleton Amendment A33.C.
Second.
Moved and seconded.
This does two things. One is rephrases. So reading section B, second line says, shall provide an alternative bag to a purchaser to carry away goods purchased from. It deletes the or protect. And it adds with a maximum charge of 50 cents per transaction. The or protect I deleted. I think elsewhere in this we do have exemptions for, like, if you're getting meats and stuff like that, you can put it in bags and so on. If you happen to run a collectibles shop, like a record shop or a comic shop or something like that, people bag their comics and we slide their bag in there. Is that a one-time use? Kind of. So it just takes that out. I don't think it's necessary, and it makes it clear that those kinds of bags, which in fact we do charge a dime for, at least, wouldn't be included. And the maximum addresses some things that I think we've heard that people of lower incomes might get 20 bags and the extra $2 would be a problem.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Go ahead.
Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. So I want to speak in favor of this amendment. We've seen it before. One of my main concerns going forward with this ban is the impact it might have on folks, particularly folks in my district who are lower income. And I think this is one way to sort of cap the potential economic effect. We have another amendment that Mr. Constant and I are sponsoring later on that creates an exemption for WIC and food stamps as well. And so I urge support for this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Croft. All right, there's no further discussion on this. Please vote on Mr. Weddleton's amendment. That amendment passes. Okay. All right, we are now
moving on to Weddleton. I move Weddleton Amendment A33D.
Second. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All
Okay,
right.
and again, this is just a cleanup of phrasing. It says use of the, it's added retail sellers, which just puts it in line with the other phrasing in this ordinance. And then it said of such as, for such purposes as, it says such as for, just to give some more broad examples instead of being quite as restrictive. I don't believe it changed the intent.
All right. Any discussion on this item? Not seeing any, please vote on this item. That item passes unanimously. All right, thus concludes Mr. Weddleton's first set of amendments.
I'll be back.
Yeah, I know you will. We are now on to Ms. LaFrance's item.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not sure if it's necessary anymore to move this amendment. The original intent was to ensure that retailers could give out bags as part of promotional events. And the revised ordinance says a retail seller may provide a reusable bag without limitation or fee. So at this point, I won't move it unless someone is interested in the alternative bag piece, but I think it's covered.
Okay. So that amendment has not been moved. We are now back to Mr. Weddleton.
I'd move Weddleton Amendment number A5.
This one is fairly easy to understand. Let's see if I can. Oh, moved and seconded. Discussion on this item.
This simply gives retailers roughly 6 months to move through their plastic bags.
Mr. Trainee.
I'm not going to support this. January 1 is soon enough. We need to get this item on board, and we need to reduce the plastic consumption. So I'm not in favor of changing it. I've heard people want to change to Earth Day. Some people want to change it to the 1st of never. 1st of January is appropriate. Let's just use that as the official start date for this town. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Mr. Weddleton.
We have trouble with plastics in this world. I think there's no question about that. We've given lots of information. We've all done our independent research. But in fact, plastic bags aren't destroying the world. In fact, plastic bags from first world countries go into landfills where maybe we don't want them, but they're not going and creating islands in the ocean half the size of Alaska. So I'm not, and we shouldn't, I mean, retailers have been using plastic bags for years. I have some of my bags, I got a 2-year supply because they have my logo on them and they're cheaper to get them that many. So 6 months is not working for me. And I think, there's probably a lot of stores out there in that situation. Be stuck with these plastic bags. What are we going to do? We're going to throw them in the trash. Okay? They're going to go to the landfills. You haven't helped yourself. So, 6 months, I think, is a tight schedule. Earth Day actually sounds pretty cool, but I don't know when it is.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Croft.
No, thank you.
Any other discussion on this amendment? Okay. Please vote on this amendment. That amendment passes 9-2. Okay. We are now to amendment number A6 by Mr. Constant and myself. Mr. Constant, would you like to move this one?
Thank you. I move Constant and Dunbar amendment number A6.
Second.
Moved and seconded.
Thanks.
Discussion. Go
Yeah,
ahead,
the
Mr.
purpose
Constant.
of the amendment is to allow a waiver of fees for individuals who are on any kind of federal or state or local food assistance program. I hope it would be local as well if we have any such programs, even though it's not explicitly stated there. It says, or other similar programs. So the idea is let us not hammer people who have low income with any additional fees.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Trainee.
Chris, how would they identify themselves, and would that create a class of individuals? Because most people don't want to be identified, so.
If you go to make a purchase with any of these benefit programs these days are on a debit card that is made by the state for the state, and so it would be an easily identifiable transaction. And it also may allow the retailer to have some flexibility in the determination because they're the ones that have to key it in. So I think that it's just wise to be a little bit flexible on this.
What about those that buy something but they don't use everything for their WIC card? They pay cash for some. Are they going to be charged for that or get a bag for free or what?
Yeah, I think if you're buying your cigarettes, you probably should pay for your 10 cents for a bag.
So how's that going to be factored into this amendment of yours?
I think ultimately the retailer will come up with the method to do this that best serves the needs. The bottom line of the ordinance is to change the waste stream and to get people to bring their own bags. And so hopefully at some point when we're effective with our goals, this becomes not really such a question because people will have their own bags.
Thank you, Chris.
Mr. Gates.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think a little information about this exception would be helpful to this discussion. This language is pretty much duplicated from state statute that talks about sales taxes in Alaska. We don't have that here in the municipality of Anchorage, but many jurisdictions and municipalities across the state have a sales tax, and state law prohibits them from charging that sales tax when people use WIC or food stamps. So I think in many of those smaller communities that have figured it out and stores there that are in our jurisdiction, they should be able to figure it out as well.
Thank you, Mr. Gates. I was going to call on you, actually, and you jumped into the queue, so I appreciate that. Is there any other discussion on this item? All right, please vote on this amendment. That amendment passes 9-2. Okay, we are now on item A7. This is you again, Mr. Weddleton.
Thank you. I'd like to move Weddleton Amendment A7. You got a second? Thank you.
Moved and seconded. Discussion on this item. Mr. Weddleton, could you explain it, please?
Yeah, this just lets organizations, retailers, whoever provide, they use the word permitted bags, which didn't quite get through. So we might have to change, Mr. Croft, you might look where I said permitted, would alternative fit?
I think it's
but the general goal, whichever of those two words we use, would be just like special events like we look at Kids Day and Reedy Rendezvous and Bike for Women and things like that. They use bags for their swag. People come without bags because they don't realize how much stuff they're going to get when they go to these things. And there is no clearly associated sale. You know, they're just put out at the front door for when people come in. So there's no clear way who would charge a dime and how would you. So this allows people to have bags at these events, and there's no associated fee.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Constant.
So as much as I'd like to object to this one, I think that it's wise, and so I won't. And I will suggest that the thing this covers is allowing the shelters and the various entities that have come to us and said this might interfere with our ability to distribute food or other means to allow them to do that. And so by keeping from charging a fee. And so it doesn't hammer those guys and their fears. So.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Gates.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As the drafter of this language, I recognize that issue that Mr. Weddleton just mentioned with the word permitted included here if his A3 failed, in which that part did. And I believe that under the usual maxims of statutory construction, that when interpreting language in an ordinance, that this would be interpreted, even though it's not defined, to mean, well, the common use of the word permitted is something that's not prohibited. And so even though it's not defined, I think the effect that Mr. Weddleton wanted would be the same. Any bag that's not prohibited can be distributed at these events without charge.
Thank you.
Or I guess an alternative is to amend it and say alternative bag. But I believe that the language works this way, or by amending it to change that word to the body.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Gates. Mr. Weddleton.
Oh, okay. I guess I was going to speak on that, but if no one else moves to amend that word permitted, I'll just leave it.
Mr. Croft?
I think it should be amended. I think you were right to begin with, and so it should. I'd move that we change that permitted to alternative.
Second.
Moved and seconded. So now we're discussing the amendment to the amendment. Mr. Constant, do you have something to say on that?
Yeah, I was going to do the same thing Mr. Croft did and just say let's make everything line up as cleanly as possible.
I just want to pose a question then. You know, at these temporary events, is your desire to also allow them to give out plastic bags? Because alternative bag is not a plastic bag, correct?
All right.
Currently, with the 4 mils in, it's any thick plastic bag. So they couldn't hand out the thin ones. They could hand out any other bag, and we have a specific provision that says a reusable bag you can always do anytime, anywhere. So this would allow not the thin ones, but anything else. Paper, thick plastic, compostable, all that.
And Mr. Constant, if theoretically we pass your amendment that bans all plastic bags outright from retailers, is your intention also to have them banned from these kind of free events?
Really, I think that we're wise to set up a clear standard. And so at this time, yes, but we have to come to the question of thickness and really debate that when we get there. There is going to have to be some concession for certain events. And what that means, we'll figure it out.
Now's the time.
Yeah, I think now's the time to figure it out.
We're figuring it out, as I said, but I am going to move to ban the bag, and then we can allow reusable bags, and we'll figure it out.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Gates, you're in the queue.
I guess this is a good time to mention that I realize since we have so many amendments, it gets a little complicated. Perhaps at the end of the night, we have something that's not quite right about it. And I recognize that the effective date of this ban is, I guess, it used to be January, now it's March. We have a little time to put a fix into this ordinance if needed, if some things are a little inconsistent, as some of you have just mentioned.
Thank you, Mr. Gates. Any other discussion on, right now we're debating the amendment to the amendment to change permitted to alternative. Okay, please vote on that amendment to the amendment. That passes 9-2. So we are now back to amendment number A7 as amended. Any discussion on this amendment? All right, not seeing any. Please vote on this amendment. That motion passes unanimously. We are now to item A8, and this is Mr. Weddleton.
Oh, we're on A8. A8?
Mm-hmm. We're on your sunset provision.
Oh, I'm sorry. Going from my own packet. Hold on. Okay, I move amendment Weddleton A8.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion. Mr. Weddleton.
Okay, are we showing these on top? Because I think speaking, kind of think of what Ms. Domboski had said that people can, okay.
Yep, there you go.
Okay. So this, what have I done here? Oh, this would sunset the section that requires fees for alternative bags after 3 years, essentially, in 2022. You know, the fee is designed to, should I wait for a second? Do I get a second? Okay, thank you. You know, the fee is designed to change behavior, and we've read and researched that it does actually work very well. A lot of places have done 10 cents, and it kind of flags to people, hey, bring your own bag. And people get into that habit, and when you're in the habit of it, it's actually pretty easy. I don't really even think about it anymore. So this cuts it, says after 3 years, habits should have been changed. Let's get rid of that 10 cent. That 10 cents is that a lot. And I'm a retailer, and people might buy a $100 item, not think twice, but then when you poke them and say, and 10 cents, it don't drive them crazy. And you know, it is a really tough retail environment out there. We are in every retailer, and you see Sears closing down and others and little retailers, because we're battling online sales. We're battling Amazon. They don't charge you a dime. They don't poke you and say you need 30 more cents. And it's just an attitude thing. And so I understand that this 10-cent thing will achieve the goals of getting people to, you know, use reusable bags, and that's fine, but I don't want to do it forever. 3 years should change behavior, and if we see that it's not working, or if we change it, after 3 years it goes away and people go back to using single-use bags, then we can add it back in. But I think it's reasonable. Let's get rid of this as soon as we can. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Is there any discussion on the amendment to sunset this ordinance? No. Right. Okay.
Chairman, it doesn't set the ordinance, it just sets this portion of the ordinance.
Right, that portion, thank you.
I just want to make sure that's clear to everybody.
Yep. Oh, I see. Okay. All right, please vote on this amendment. That amendment failed 5-6. All right, we are now on item number A9. This is Mr. Constant.
I move constant amendment A9. And the amendment, this is to the substance of the core of what we're here to talk about tonight. This strikes out the line about thickness in section 1, page 2 of 5, beginning of line 4. And the intent of this overall process is to move the market from pouring plastic bags into our waste stream. And we saw a lot of show and tell in our committee hearings about what is a 3-4 mil or a 2.25 mil or a 1.6 mil or 0.6 mil bag. And I think every time we turn to that part of the conversation, we fail because we get misdirected. And so I have a little show and tell for everyone for my own. Since we had our last work session, I didn't go out of my way one time, but I picked up every one of these bags that I went by that was out in the environment. And so I brought them in my woven plastic bag, but I have over 13, 14 of these pretty disgusting plastic bags that we're just rolling in the environment that are various thicknesses, including a couple straws and packaging materials, but I didn't want to dig in the nasty, dirty bags. But these were everywhere. And just since we had our work session, I picked up literally one a day. And so if you do the math on that, if you imagine that every citizen of Anchorage, 290,000 people, could pick up 12 bags in 12 days, that would be some 3.5 million bags in 12 days. And then if you multiply that over the course of a year, the fact is that the waste stream is voluminous, and we have an opportunity now to break that cycle, or at least to be part of the process of breaking that cycle. And some people say that, well, this doesn't really help the environment, or it's negligible, or we're not the biggest offenders. In fact, we're the smallest offender. All of those are distractions from the point that today you have an opportunity to do the right thing. And so my hope is that through this amendment, we opt to just ban the bag and move to the next step of the conversation, which is helping people bring their own bags to the grocery stores and remove this waste stream from our solid waste service and from our community and from the trees. They're called prayer flags around the landfill. They're called urban tumbleweeds, and they're everywhere. So I urge you to support this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Weddleton.
I agree with Mr. Constant. We should do the right thing, and that is focus on the problem. And the problem is, what you have in there is 0.6 mil bags, almost exclusively, the very, very thin ones. And those are a problem. That's a litter problem. We see them around. They blow around. Those are the ones that we see that are strangling turtles in the sea and so on. And that is a real problem. It's not a problem mostly caused in first world countries because we have landfills. But we can see around our city those very ultra-thin bags around. And I would support, let's ban those, okay? But those thicker bags are actually not really a problem. They don't blow around. They get used multiple times. And in fact, when you switch to paper or even reusable, it's very clear in the research that we've seen that the stuff that goes into those, the carbon footprint, whatever you want to call it, is more than these ultra-thin ones. I mean, it's pretty clear. So where we'd like to wave the banner and say, we're banning plastic, because the massive amounts of plastic in the world are a problem. I accept that. But there's other things that balance that, and if we switch to paper and even to reusable bags, we're not helping the environment at a certain thickness. We should focus on the problem. The problem is a litter problem, and the litter problem is those ultra-thin bags. So, something less than 1.25 mil captures those, and that's where we should land. We should not be banning all plastic bags. It doesn't make sense if you are pro-environment. It doesn't make sense if you just want to go shopping. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. We're now on Mr. Constant.
Yeah, thanks. Just one last note on that. The reusable bag that is approved in the underlying proposed ordinance is not a 4 mil bag. It's a cloth or other machine and washable fabric bag made or from other woven material, which could include plastic. There are some really durable plastic canvas bags that are made that are, in fact, still allowable under this ordinance. And so we are really pushing people to move towards bringing your own reusable, washable, cleanable bag, not 4 mil, 1.6 or 2.25 or any of that. That's all a distraction from what we're really aiming for. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Any other debate on this motion? Oh, Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So speaking to the amendment, at the last meeting, there were some questions about whether the folks who spoke to the ordinance during public testimony reached out via email and wanted a total ban or a partial ban. Again, I would agree with my colleague, Mr. Constant, that that's sort of a distraction, but I wanted to reach out to my constituents and the community at large to get a pulse on the question of total plastic ban versus allowing thicker plastic bans. And just a quick note, none of this is scientific data, but I think it does get a good pulse of where the community is. So I conducted polls in 2 different mediums on Twitter and on Facebook, had a total of about 1,000 people who participated in these various polls. And on Twitter, the results were 70% wanted a total ban versus 30% allowing thicker plastic bags. On Facebook, the results were even better. 85% wanted a total ban versus 15% wanting to allow thicker plastic bags. I think this speaks pretty loudly and clearly and that the community wants us to make a clear statement on this issue and not pass a watered-down version of this measure. The problem, I think, as Mr. Weddleton has stated, is a system. And I think that system needs a shock to change, and that is to just downright ban the bag. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Is there any other discussion on Mr. Constant's amendment?
Mr. Chair, may I speak?
Oh, yeah, of course. Do you not have a button to request? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Ms. Spinersky.
So, since I don't vote, I vote with a paddle. I'm not signed in.
You can't sign in.
No. So I have reached out to my peers and the youth that I have contacted and I represent, and a majority of them are in support of a downright all-out plastic bag ban. I've conducted polls on Instagram, which I know, like Mr. Rivera said, it's not extremely scientific, but it did give reasons why. People did explain why they do support an all-out plastic bag ban if they do support it, and why they do not if they do not support it. And a majority of them do look towards the environment in the future, and they find it important that we do look forward to the future because this is our future, and we will be in this place again if we do not ban all plastic bags.
Thank you, Ms. Spinersky. We have 2 minutes remaining. So first I'm going to call the vote. Please vote on Mr. Constant's amendment. That amendment passes 6-5. All right, I'm now going to ask for a motion to extend debate by 10 minutes.
Move to extend debate by 10 minutes.
Do you have a second? Second. All right. Any opposition to that? All right, we are extending debate by 10 minutes. So now, do we want to, well, that's it. The thickness amendments are moot. So we are now, unless someone has another amendment to bring, we are to the main motion. Mr. Traney.
When you start this process, you introduce an ordinance that may not be perfect, but through everybody on this assembly bringing their inputs, and I think we've got it there. It's a step forward for the city of Anchorage, but it's something we need to do for our children and grandchildren. We're not the main polluters, but we're contributing to it. So this will help us stop the process. So I intend to vote yes on this as amended, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Traney. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And something that is difficult to do is to change people's behavior. People are creatures of habit, and so I think if we're going to change people's behavior, let's just do it one time. If you go to a thicker bag, at some point in the future, you may decide to eliminate plastic totally, and I think let's just go ahead and do it one time and get people used to getting those reusable bags and taking them into the store with them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Weddleton.
Oh, sorry. I expect this will pass. I think most will do. In my kind of research that I think we've all done, and I spent a couple hours in front of cars talking to people about this, and for those who think it's a bad idea, it is something that people who have lived with plastic bag bans say they got used to really, really quick, and it's just not that big a deal. And I avoid the bags when I shop, and it is really not that hard. So I think this is an extreme ban here, more than we needed, but I don't think it's a crisis for anyone if you're concerned about it. So thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with Mr. Weddleton's comments. I'm not in support of a full ban on the bags. I think it does go too far, but I think it's also very clear that the community wants action on this, and we may come back to it and tweak it down the road, but this is something we need to do, and I will support this ordinance.
Thank you, Ms. LaFrance. Any other discussion on this ordinance? Mr. Constant.
Thank you. There are just a couple of things. And I believe there's a Boy Scout troop right outside in the parking lot that wants to kind of be here for this so I'm going to talk for just a minute while they kind of pour into the building. Hopefully they get here.
What?
So a couple of things we haven't talked about. First, that it's quite amazing through this debate, through Wasilla and Palmer and Western Alaska and all of the West Coast, essentially, we heard in the news just a couple of days ago that Kroger has made a national announcement that they are banning the bag. They're done with this. And their decision is going to ripple across the country. And someone asked, do you think our efforts had anything to do with that? And I think probably not, but it sure does feel good to be in front of the tide. So we got a communication today from Safeway that said they are really ready to implement what the body has moved. And they're happy for the process. And so bottom line is we have done the right thing here, and we have an opportunity to send a message to the community broadly. And once we're done, the whole state of Alaska will follow. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Perman.
I'll continue to vamp for you, Christopher. I came into this conversation thinking that I just wanted to get rid of those flyaway bags. They're the ugly things. They get caught in the trees. They're the tumbleweed that we don't like. Then I got to thinking, okay, if we get rid of those, what do we replace them with? And what affected my thinking on this quite strongly was not so much the conversation we had in our work sessions on this, but it was a work session we had with SWS, where they had the doomsday clock on the landfill. Do you all remember that? And to the extent that we can reduce the kinds of things that go into the landfill, particularly those that don't deteriorate, that landfill will last a lot longer. And the point that was being made there, of course, is that we really don't have a place to replace it with. So the longer we can keep that landfill from getting all filled up, the better off we are. I've also done some of my own polling, and I don't do Instagram, I don't do Twitter. I just talk to people over coffee, and overwhelmingly, similarly, they're quite comfortable with the idea of banning all the plastic bags, which kind of surprised me. But I have been doing some traveling in the last month or so, and I've been to several communities that have banned plastic bags entirely, and it seems that they've gotten used to it without any problem whatsoever. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perman. Mr. Constant.
Thanks. Final note, there is at least one Boy Scout that has come in to earn a merit badge on public process, and so I think it's time to take the vote.
Okay. Ms. Domboski.
Thank you. I'm not going to speak length at this, but I will say it's interesting. I just finished up a graduate program in environmental management, and one of the discussions was about plastic bag bans. I read quite a number of studies on them, and I can tell you, Mr. Weddleton has hit a number of points. I didn't bring my book tonight because I felt it was probably pointless. But, you know, you have hit on a few different points that are important, but there's something I need to correct that Mr. Perman just said. Number one, Mr. Weddleton is right. If you're looking to save the environment, actually, when you go to some of these thicker bags or some of these different materials, they actually do use more carbon. They produce more carbon to manufacture. That's just a fact. But number two, when you switch from the other plastic bags to some of these other bags, they actually take up more room in the landfill. So just telling you. So there you go.
Thank you, Ms. Domboski. All right. Well, no one else in the queue, so let's please vote on this ordinance to ban plastic bags in Anchorage as amended. Thank you, Mr. Trainee.
Thank you, sir.
That passes 9-2. All right, we are now on item 13A. So I believe 13A and 13B we are going to postpone indefinitely. But 13A, ordinance number AO 2018-68, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly establishing a new Downtown Anchorage Renaissance Commission and amending Anchorage Municipal Code Chapter 4.60 with a new section setting forth its composition, purposes, and duties accordingly. Brought by Mr. Perman and Mr. Constant. What is the will of the body? I guess it's actually already before us, so we're in discussion right now. Any discussion on this? So we've already.
I'm sorry. Yeah, if it closes, then we're going to move to postpone this indefinitely.
Yep. We've already passed the resolution. So we've got a motion to postpone indefinitely. Can I get a second? Moved and seconded. Any discussion on that motion? Okay, please vote on that motion to postpone indefinitely. All right, that has been postponed indefinitely. We are now on item 13B, resolution number AR 2018-161, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly establishing a policy to require execution of a community workforce agreement to be incorporated with all municipal contracts for construction projects where the municipality's total investment in the project is $3 million or more, brought forward by Mr. Trainee. I believe this is already
What I'm going to do
us.
is postpone this thing indefinitely, Mr. Chairman, because I've got a new version. This is an AR. I've introduced an AO on a 9F3 that will deal with how I want to deal with this program.
Great. So we've got a motion to postpone indefinitely. Do we have a second?
Second.
Mr. Perman seconded. Any discussion on that motion? Okay. Please vote on that motion to postpone indefinitely. That item has been postponed indefinitely. That concludes our old business. So at this time, we'll take our regularly scheduled dinner break, and we'll be back here by 7:15. Thank you. Their seats. Mr. Croft.
I move we change the order of the day to take up items 15A and 15B now.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any opposition to that motion? All right, not seeing any. We are now on item 15A, certification of the August 7th, 2018 special municipal election for West Anchorage Assembly Seat E. What is the will of the body?
Move to, accept item 15A1, the certification of August 7th, 2018 special municipal election.
It's the clerk says approved because it's an AM.
Okay, move to approve item 15A1, which is certification of the August 7th, 2018 special municipal election.
Moved and seconded. All right, discussion on this AM, this memorandum. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. So I went and sat through the public canvass of the vote and the certification by the Election Commission, and there was something that was very interesting in these returns. If you remember, after the first vote-by-mail election, we had a lot of categories to contemplate how to fix this problem. Well, in the news, you've heard there were some issues with the the PFD voter registration issue, and the second largest category of votes or ballots that weren't counted are under the voter failed to provide ID, identifying information. It's 24 ballots. And what I think I would say to the public and anyone listening that utilizes the PFD voter registration is if you are a new registrant, they need to see your ID before your vote will be allowed, especially in a vote-by-mail situation. So the state election, when you go to your poll in November, they will check your ID, and that will count towards fixing this problem if you are one of those people. And those people were probably taken care of by the clerk's office in this process. But we have some work to do to ensure that as many people as possible are allowed to vote, and there is work to be done. And I congratulate the Election Commission and the clerk's office for this work.
Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you. I just want to take this moment to thank the clerk's office and recognize Amy Solberg in particular for her work stepping up while our clerk was out, and she really took the lead on this, and we really appreciate not just you, but the whole election team, the work they did on short notice in a tight time frame. And it's true that, there's certainly things to iron out, but for the most part, it went remarkably smoothly, I felt. And we continue to adapt and move forward with vote by mail. And again, I just want to congratulate the elections team and the whole clerk's office for the work they did. So thank you. All right, no other discussion on this, I see. So let's vote on this item. That item passes unanimously. All right, at this time, since we have certified the election, we are going to swear in our newest member. Ms. Quinn Davidson, would you come forward, please? And then we have Judge Smith, who will be, yes. Okay, we have, if you guys will indulge us for a second, my colleague suggests that Mr. Perman might want to say a couple of parting words. Would you like to, Mr. Perman?
Well, I'll keep it short because we said a few words upstairs in the dinner break room. But once again, Chair Dunbar, thank you and thank members of the Assembly for providing me the opportunity to serve what might be in history the shortest term of any Assembly member. But it was short, it was very sweet. I'd also like to thank again the clerk's office for the tremendous support that they provided me and that they provide to us all the time. Keeping this operation running is really quite remarkable. Also again to our legal counsel, Dean Gates, for his tremendous work. I've really enjoyed working with the administration. I hope that in some future capacity I'll be able to continue to do so. Looking forward to that. And I guess with that, I'm real eager to turn this seat over to our newly elected West Anchorage Assembly person. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Perman. All right, with that, Your Honor, would you please do the honors?
You solemnly swear that you will support and defend the Constitution of the United States?
Yes.
Okay, I think you need to say it, right?
I solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States,
The Constitution of the State of Alaska and the Charter of the Municipality of Anchorage.
the Constitution of the State of Alaska, and the Charter of the Municipality of Anchorage.
And I will faithfully perform the duties of Anchorage Assembly Member to the best of my ability.
And I will faithfully perform the duties of Anchorage Assembly Member to the best of my ability.
Now you got to sign. Great. That's so much fun. Oh, there we go. Congratulations. Oh, standing up for you. Well deserved.
Yeah. And now the ceremonial adding of Austin to the computer.
Which may take a while.
No, this is totally disconnected from SAP. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I wondered if I could have a moment of personal privilege.
Sure, go ahead.
We have lost a great American in the last few days, and I think it's very appropriate if we would have a moment of silence in memory of Senator John McCain. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Appreciate it. So now we are to item 14A, resolution number AR 2018-227, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage, Alaska, confirming and levying assessments for the water special improvements within Levy Upon Connection Roll 2018-W-2, setting date of payment and providing for penalties and interest in the event of delinquency. Anchorage Water and Wastewater Utility. What is the will of the body?
You have to have a public hearing, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry. We've been going so long. Yep, public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? Please vote on this item.
Come your way.
Would you like to vote orally? Could we get IT up here, please?
We should provide a desk for up here.
We'll take her by voice vote until that's resolved.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
That item passes unanimously. Congratulations, Ms. Quinn Davidson, and your first vote. We are now to item 14B, resolution number AR 2018-228, a resolution of the municipality of Anchorage confirming and levying assessments for the sewer special improvements within levy upon connection roll 2018.S.2, setting date of payment and providing for penalties and interest in the event of delinquency. Anchorage Water and Wastewater Utility. Public testimony is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Seeing no one, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? All right, not seeing any. Please vote on this item.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
That item passes unanimously. We are now on item 14D, ordinance number AO 2018-7. Oh, I'm sorry, I skipped C. Thank you. 14C, ordinance number AO 2018-69, an ordinance authorizing a disposal of 4 recorded sanitary sewer easements and 1 water easement located on Lot 1, Miller Hanson Subdivision, Lot 1, Miller Subdivision, Lot 14, and Tract B, Ryan Subdivision, Anchorage Water and Wastewater Utility. Public hearing is now open. Does anyone wish to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing no one, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? Not seeing any. Please vote on this item.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Who didn't vote on that item? Oh, okay. Who didn't register?
Should have 11 at that count.
All right, well, that was actually 11-0. All right, moving on. We're now on item 14D, ordinance number AO 2018-70, an ordinance authorizing the disposal by perpetual non-exclusive telecommunication and electrical easements to Chugach Electric Association Incorporated of portions within Heritage Land Bank parcels 6-057A through F and 6-057-2. Legally described as lots 1 through 5, block 2, and tracks A and B, Girdwood Industrial.
Chairman.
Thank you. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion on this item. Not seeing any, please vote on this item.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Now we're back to 11. All right, that item passes unanimously. We are now at item 14E, ordinance number AO 2018-71, an ordinance authorizing a 1-year lease extension with 2 6-month options between the municipality of Anchorage and the Alaska Native Tribal Health Consortium for the continued use of the premises located at 3925 Tudor Center Drive, Suite 103. For the Anchorage Police Department's Sexual Assault Response Team and Crimes Against Children's Program. Public hearing is now open. Does anyone wish to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing no one, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion. So, would you, Mr. Croft?
Mr. Dunbar.
So I just want to speak briefly about this site, and I'm certainly going to vote for this, and I think we all strongly support this program. I will say that I believe that this site is not ideal for a number of reasons. For those that maybe have had reason to tour it or visit it, it has some issues, and I think it's been acknowledged by the administration. My understanding is that there is a plan going forward to hopefully find a new building where these facilities can go, and I want to state that I support those efforts. But in the interim, of course, we're going to keep this program going forward. So thank you very much. Thank you. Mr. Dyson.
Yeah, thank you. This program is a model that's been tried in other places, and we imitated it here, must have been 15 years ago or so, and it is a genius idea, and that is to have children not be further traumatized when they've been sexually abused. And this co-locates both the support people, the child and crime investigators, prosecutors, and public safety officers, and the testimony that is gathered and the evidence that are gathered there happens one time and it's admissible in court. So the child doesn't have to go through all this difficult stuff over and over again. And there was some very heroic women are the ones I saw that came to the legislature with this, and the ultimate was that it happened. I think you were there, Mr. Croft, when we got that done, and probably Ethan as well. Anyways, I'm delighted to see it continues. It does need to have the kind of atmosphere that is child conducive, is not frightening and intimidated, and the original facilities, yeah, was very, very child friendly, with all kinds of fuzzy animals and other things around to help assuage it. I appreciate your comments, Mr. Dunbar, and I think we ought to make it a priority to see that a very appropriate facility is found, because it doesn't serve a huge part of the population, but a terribly traumatized one, and doing all we can is worth our best efforts. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. All right. I don't see any other discussion on this item, so please vote on this item. That passes unanimously. We are now on item 14F, resolution number AR 2018-237, a resolution of the municipality of Anchorage appropriating $488,000 of the Eagle River Chugiak Parks and Recreation Service Area Fund 16162000 fund balance for the Eagle River Chugiak Parks and Recreation Department general operating budget within the same service area fund. Parks and Recreation Department to provide necessary funds to sustain department operations and services through fiscal year 2018 due to significant changes in the 2018 assessed property values. Public hearing is now open. Does anyone wish to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing no one, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? Seeing none, please vote on this item. That passes unanimously. We are now on item 14G, resolution number AR 2018-238, a resolution of the municipality of Anchorage appropriating $191,497.51, a transfer of responsibility agreement grant from the State of Alaska Department of Transportation and Public Facilities to the Anchorage Bowl Parks and Recreation Service Area CIP Grant Fund to the Parks and Recreation Department for funding the Smart Lighting Pilot Program. Public hearing is now open. Does anyone wish to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing no one, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. So there were some smart questions via email that were circulated by the clerk's office asking about these lights. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that this will be right up the Chester Creek Trail from the lagoon through the Valley of the Moon Park and up And the proposal that I saw by the Parks Department was quite amazing with what these lights will do. They'll basically be able to illuminate very brightly at will sections of the greenbelt when they need to, and dim them when it's reasonable to have them dimmed. And so they'll have more control over the environment and not flood people with light at all times, but be able to create a safe environment when need arises in that area. So for that reason, I'm very supportive of this proposal.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. And my understanding from what we got last week, or I mean, this last meeting, was that it goes all the way up the length of the Chester Creek Trail into East Anchorage, which, of course, we very much appreciate. Mr. Weddleton.
I hope they're very, very smart at $836 per light. But was there ever any consideration, or maybe there is consideration, of putting cameras up while we do this? It's probably too late in the game, but a lot of cities do this. We have problems on that trail, and once you're running the wires, it'd be nice to have some cameras to keep an eye on things.
Does anyone from the administration want to answer that question? Mr. Rada?
Through the chair, Mr. Weddleton. Security cameras, surveillance cameras are in discussion. This particular program doesn't include that, but we're actually looking at specific areas, thinking about how we can add better monitoring. We haven't quite pinpointed it, mainly because there's so many, and it's a fairly significant cost for the high-res cameras that we would need, but we are discussing those things.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rada. Mr. Trainee.
John, stay here for a second. Sorry. You're here. Question, a while back we had a meeting on LED lights. They were talking about putting sensors in there that could detect gunshots. Are we buying that technology along with these, or is it just lights?
Through the chair, would you rephrase that again?
Some of the lights that we're buying have the capability of adding sensors to detect gunshots. Gives our police department a way to identify where gunshots at. And we looked at buying that technology along with these lights?
No, that was not part of this package. I was not aware that that was something that was in consideration.
Would you take a look into it for me? Because I remember a work session we had, John. They were talking about that.
Yeah, I was under the impression that these, while we don't have that capability, these could be upgraded in that fashion. I could be mistaken. I don't know if there's someone from administration that could mention that, but Chris says yes. Mr. Schutte says yes. These could potentially be upgraded in the future to do that.
Right. We haven't discussed the full capacity.
Yeah.
What we've discussed is where we're at this stage. We don't know what the upper limits are at this point. But as Mr. Schutte indicated, there are probably other areas that we can advance into. There'll be a cost, of course, associated with that, but I don't know what the limitations are.
Thank you, John. I understand they also can tell you when they're out.
Yes.
So it'll be easier for our people to identify lights that are out. We always get complaints. This will help us solve that problem because light can tell us when it's out.
Yep.
So thank you, John, for bringing this forward.
Thank you, John. All right. Smart lighting is Skynet. Any other discussion? All right, please vote on this item. All right. We're now on item 14H, resolution number AR 2018-225, a resolution ratifying a collective bargaining agreement between the Municipality of Anchorage and Public Employees Local 71, Employee Relations Department. Public hearing is now open. Would anyone wish to testify on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing no one, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? Okay, please vote on this item. That item passes 9-2. We are now on item 14I, ordinance number AO 2018-64, an ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal Code, Chapter 3.70, in compliance with the U.S. Supreme Court decision in Janus versus AFSCME, and affirming the municipality's commitment to neutrality in discussions with employees regarding union membership, Department of Law, and Employee Relations Department. Public hearing is now open. Does anyone wish to testify? Yep. Aaron. Now, please identify yourself for the record.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Aaron Plickett. I'm the business manager for the Plumbers and Steam Fitters, Local 367. I'm also the building trades president for South Central Alaska. I want to say Local 367 represents over 150 municipal public employees, and I want to personally come in to thank the mayor, the administration, and the assembly for supporting public employee unions. This ordinance mirrors what other states have recently enacted and affirms the municipality's commitment to the rights of public employees and to the neutrality concerning union membership. This ordinance also supports workers' rights to organize and manage their unions as they see fit. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. There are no questions. Thank you for your testimony.
I have a question.
Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Dyson.
Mr. Dyson.
Yeah, thank you. I worry that an employee who chooses to not exercise their freedom under this Janus decision will be shunned or under some pressure from his fellow employees. You got any thoughts about that?
You know, the union doesn't share any of the information with the other members of the members that are choosing to opt out. If the public employees themselves in a break room are having a conversation, I think that, you know, it's up to them and how those conversations proceed, but I think everybody has been extremely respectful of each other's rights and understanding this decision and trying to understand this decision. It's a massive move forward, and nobody's 100% certain for what lies in the future with it. But the respect of the employees working together is there every day.
I particularly appreciate your keeping that information confidential. That's class act on your part. Thank you.
Absolutely. You're welcome. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else wish to testify on this item? Please
Good
identify.
evening. Serena Green with the IBEW. I'm Associate General Counsel at the IBEW, and we want to also thank the Mayor and the Assembly for taking this ordinance under consideration. As you guys know, the U.S. Supreme Court issued a decision on June 27th regarding public employees, and this is just in response to that decision. It's clarifying some definitions in the code to update it to reflect the holding in the case, and it also affirms the municipality's commitment to maintaining neutrality and supporting public employees. It also respects the unions and the public employees' ability to self-govern. So we just really want to say thank you again. And this ordinance also mirrors what other municipalities and other state governments are doing in response to the Janus case, so you guys are not alone in doing this. We just wanted to say thank you again, and if you have any questions, let me know.
Thank you, ma'am. There are no questions.
All right, thank you.
Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing no one, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
I want to move the S1 version, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so we're moving the S1 version.
Yes, sir.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion. Mr. Dyson.
I'll withdraw that until I understand the
Okay.
item before us.
Is there someone who might be able to explain briefly the difference between the S and the S1 version?
Certainly, Mr. Chair. Through the chair, there's only one small difference between the S and the S1 version, and it is at on line 28 of page 4 of 5. You'll see the italicized addition. Which clarifies that pursuant to the Janus decision, a union may elect to either charge for the cost of representation in disciplinary proceedings or elect not to represent non-members, and that language is effectively called directly from the Janus decision. So that's just one minor tweak that was made there.
Thank you, Ms. Wynn-Pearson. I'm sorry, Mr. Dyson, I took you out of the queue, but you're still there. Would you like to speak?
Yeah, thank you. I'm concerned, at least for me, we're moving too fast. And I appreciate what's been done, and I appreciate that apparently other states have gone before us. I would like I'm going to move that we postpone this till our next meeting and give a chance for any contrarian or testimony to show up. I don't think there's any great time pressure for us to do this. So I moved to postpone till our next meeting.
Second.
All right, moved and seconded, a motion to postpone until September 11th. So, Mr. Train, do you want to respond to that, or you want to let Ms. Pearson?
I'll vote against postponing this item. This is federal law brought to us by the Supreme Court. This is being done by states across this country in conformance with the Janus decision. It's not new legislation. It's being done everywhere. So it's appropriate for us to take action on this now, just simply not to postpone it. This is the law.
Thank you, Mr. Trainey. Ms. Wynn-Pearson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to clarify, the vast majority of this language is simply to bring our code into compliance with what was dictated by Janus, and several provisions of our current code are now currently out of compliance with what the Supreme Court has dictated that local municipalities must do. And so there is some time pressure in that the longer we wait on those amendments, the longer we keep laws on the books which are no longer, again, in accordance with the Supreme Court's decision.
Thank you, Ms. Wynn-Pearson. Mr. Croft?
Yeah, that point, on page 3, we refer to agency fee payer, and the Janus decision means we have to be broader than that. We have to say paying dues or other fees. And so in a number of places, we're just not in conformity. And I guess I have a general predilection towards if an assembly member wants to take time to research something or because something more is going to happen. But this has been heard by the final court, and it's not going to change at all. And so it seems to me different to say I need more time to look at this direct effect, or some other court is going to rule on, or something else is going to happen. But to wait so more people can maybe be opposed to it, I don't see that as a good reason. So there is a time reason, which is we have a law now that in small respects, but significant ones, are out of compliance with federal law.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. Mr. Weddleton?
Sorry. Well, I guess maybe carrying on, I think, did you say there are other parts of code that also need to be changed? And then I expect we'll be seeing changes in bargaining agreements, CBAs as well. Is that right?
Through the chair, we do expect that we'll be seeing requests to reopen collective bargaining agreements because the structure that the Janus decision contemplates for representation and grievance proceedings, and there are terms in our collective bargaining agreements which now currently no longer pass muster under Janus. So certainly we will see changes in collective bargaining agreements that follow from this as well.
And we have to do that really fast?
We do have provisions in each of our collective bargaining agreements which indicate that if any provision of the collective bargaining agreement is deemed unconstitutional, then it can sort of effectively stricken from the collective bargaining agreement. I think we do intend, my understanding is that will happen relatively quickly, but it doesn't need to be instantaneous.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Ms. Domboski?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I probably am in the minority here. I'm just going to go out on a limb and say I celebrated the Janus decision. I think it's a victory for individual rights. Let me ask, through the chair, Ms. Wynn-Pearson, in the Janus decision, did they have a section that says it's unfair labor practice to encourage employees to withdraw from, relinquish membership, or revoke authorization of deduction of dues or any other fees paid to an organization?
Through the chair, in response, no, that is the one provision of this ordinance which is not effectively a codification of the Janus decision. That is simply a clarification that we were willing to add to the code. It effectively clarifies that the point A1 of 37140, which the municipality is already committed to, not interfering with the union's right to organize, but it makes more clear that that also includes neutrality in presenting information to employees. But that is the one, you're correct, that is the one portion of this ordinance which is not effectively simply a codification of Janus.
And on that, does the Janus decision also say it's an unfair labor practice to discourage employees from joining, paying dues or other fees to participating in organization or bargaining representative?
No, those 2 points together. Again,
Okay,
that's
so
the
there's 2
motion.
points.
Yeah.
Okay, so in fact, what we're doing tonight is not just implementing what the Supreme Court said. We're actually expanding on that.
No, per the title of the ordinance, it's doing 2 things. It's implementing what the court said, which is the vast majority of the ordinance. It's also affirming the municipality's neutrality. It's a 2-part ordinance.
Okay, and so just on a legal basis, so that does clarify comments that were made here by the Assembly member saying this is just what it does, is point 1. It actually does point 1 and point 2 of what you said, just clarification. And point 2, because the Supreme Court had ruled the way they ruled in Janus, regardless of whether we update our codes or not, if there was a claim, we would have to go by the Supreme Court decision and that case law, correct?
Certainly, there would be that we would have to go by the. So effectively, there is also a provision in our code that if something is deemed unconstitutional, then we can no longer enforce that portion of the law. But I think it's also important for us to have a law in the books that is constitutional. That's what we're doing. I mean, the most important provision of this, from that respect, is the edits to 37080, where our code previously required union membership as a condition of employment, which we needed to remove from the code in the wake of the Janus decision.
So in the wake of the Janus decision, even if we did nothing, that provision of code is no longer legal in the eyes of the U.S. Supreme Court.
Certainly, although we would end up in some kind of discussion about, what would we imply in its stead. So I think that we need to have a law in the books that indicates what we will actually do.
Yeah, you've answered my question. Thank you very much. I appreciate the analysis. Clearly what we're doing here is this is not just implementing the Janus decision. This is, in fact, is expanding on that decision. And I just want to point that out because I need there to be clarity here in our discussions and our commentary because I think it's important that the public understands exactly what we're doing.
Thank you, Ms. Domboski. Mr. Constant, we're still debating Mr. Dyson's motion to postpone until September 11th. Mr. Constant.
Yeah, thanks. What was the introduction date?
I believe it was
14th. No, it says for reading. It was 14th.
July 31st.
So this was introduced July 31st, basically a month ago. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. So we're now voting, unless there's more discussion, we're voting on Mr. Dyson's motion to postpone until September 11th. Please vote on that motion to postpone. That motion fails 4-7. We are now back to the main motion. We are debating this ordinance. Is there any discussion on the main ordinance? Okay, please vote on this ordinance. That passes 10-1. We are now on item...
Mr. Chair?
Yes. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. Mr. Constant.
Yeah. So earlier in the evening, you heard me kind of try to stretch out debate to make sure that a group of young gentlemen arrived on time. And so I was just hoping to take a moment of personal privilege to introduce Troop 129, who has come here tonight and earned their communications merit badge. And they've been here since at least halfway through the debate and of the plastics ban. And also they're accompanied by probably their troop leader, or no, a parent of the group, Greg Kaplan, who works for Senator Murkowski, a great and respectable gentleman as well. And so I just wanted to say welcome. You've seen the process a little bit. Might be a little confusing to watch because there's a lot of background that goes into all these conversations. But I'm glad you're here, and thank you for coming.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Traney.
We normally invite the youth to come down here, stand at the podium, identify themselves, so we get to know who they are. It's part of the requirement to come here and testify, not just come here and sit in the back. It would be good to have them come and identify themselves and their troop leader.
And it's a communications badge.
But this is something we've always done, Chris.
Agreed.
Okay. Good times.
Come on down.
Come on down. So state your name and what part of town you're from.
Tell us what rank you are.
Hello, my name is Kitoyak Trap O'Neill. I am currently a tenderfoot attending Troop 129. I came from Kodiak, Alaska, and I love this troop very much, working on communications, and I'm here with my brother, who will introduce himself after my friend.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jack Thomas. I'm a Life Scout, and I live in the Bayshore area, and I was born in Anchorage.
Wonderful.
Hi, my name is Kimani, and I'm Kimani Akhtar O'Neill, and I am second class, and I live in Kodiak, Alaska. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Sam Kaplan. I am currently a second class rank. I'm Jeffrey Thomas. I'm star rank, and I'm the senior patrol leader of our troop, and I'm from the Bayshore area of Anchorage.
I'm Anthony Van Kallenberg. I am a Life Scout, and I'm the assistant senior patrol leader for Troop 129, and I come from South Central of Anchorage.
Thank you.
Greg Kaplan, I'm just a parent. My son Sam, and we live over in West Anchorage. Thanks.
Awesome.
I'm Kevin Thomas. I'm the father of two of the scouts here tonight, and we live in Bayshore. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Constant.
I was from the previous in the queue, but I just, again, thank you, gentlemen, for making it out tonight and participating in the government of your city, because leadership is defined by those who show up. So be there.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. All right, we are now down to item 14J, resolution number AR 2018-226, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly establishing a task force to develop and propose an improved official seal for the municipality of Anchorage. Public hearing is now open. Does anyone wish to testify? Anyone at all? All right, seeing none. Public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Moved and seconded. I have Ms. Domboski. I have an amendment to this, by the way. I'm going to introduce Ms. Domboski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to ask Mr. Dyson on the record, what is the anticipated cost, or if there's a cost associated with it? I know the answer, but I want it on the record.
Yeah, certainly all that we're initiating here is volunteers working with us. It may be indeed that the school district will work with us to have a contest to get suggestion from kids, but there's no commitment of any funds at this time. There would certainly be some use of public space. I don't even think that we are anticipating using municipal employees as record keepers and so on. The real issue we'll get is if this comes to some conclusion and starts to be implemented. And Mr. Dunbar, who's been really supportive in this, he and I are certainly in agreement that if we're influencing it, that any implementation would be done incrementally and as things need to be redone, like stationery reprinted or something like that. But there's no commitment of funds at this point.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Actually, Mr. Croft?
Yeah, because Mr. Dunbar's going to move an amendment, but did you have any more questions, Mr. Dunbar?
I'll wait and see what his amendment is. I do have a question, but I'll wait till see what the amendment is.
Mr. Dunbar?
I'd like to move Dunbar Amendment Number 1. It's in your other yellow folder, or it should be.
Is there a second? Moved and seconded, Mr. Dunbar.
So I'll read here. This amendment will enforce the notion that the redesign of the seal is not intended to cause the city undue financial burden and recommends the implementation of a new city seal be gradual and items bearing the old seal be replaced as they are worn out. The old seal will remain official as a classic version and valid for official purposes. So, and then there's some legal language in there that I don't know if we can show it. There it is. So there is some concern that if we create a new seal, we'll immediately have to take everything down that has the old seal on it, and that is certainly not the intention. It's also true that this resolution by itself calls together a task force, but it doesn't implement a new seal, it doesn't create a new seal. We would have to come back here and have an ordinance passed. And so here it's sort of encouraging that when an ordinance is adopted, it will allow for both the old and the new version of the seal to be the quote-unquote official version for legal purposes. So, for example, on the badge of a police officer or that kind of thing. It's very similar to the approach we took when we renamed the Port of Anchorage the Port of Alaska. We didn't want to have to repaint any buildings. We didn't want to have to, get rid of the size of any vehicles or anything like that. But everything that we own has a wear-out date, and when it's replaced, if there is a new seal, it will be replaced with a new seal, so at no additional cost to the municipality.
Further discussion on the amendment?
No, and thank Mr. Gates for helping me draft this.
Anything at all? If there's no discussion on the amendment, then we're ready to vote. Madam Clerk?
As amended?
We're moving the amendment now.
We're voting on the amendment.
That amendment passes unanimously.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. So now I have this back here. Take myself out of the queue. Ms. Demboski.
Thank you. This is probably just something that I always notice that probably just, I don't know, for me, I want to make sure we're using the appropriate name. And my understanding, I never say the Eklutna people, I always say the Dena'ina, because I think that's what they are. But if somebody else is an anthropologist and knows better than I do, I'd appreciate it. But instead of saying the Eklutna people, I think it's more appropriate to say the Dena'ina.
Thank you, Ms. Demboski. Well, you haven't moved an amendment.
I haven't,
so.
but I'm trying to get feedback here to see if I'm wrong, because I think I'm right. I think it's the Dena'ina.
So is there some discussion to that point? Mr. Weddleton, do you want to speak to that point? Mr. Dyson, do you want to speak to that point?
I do. Yeah, thank you. The Dena'ina people certainly includes a much larger part of the South Central Athabascan language group and so on. The Eklutna people, this seal has to do with our city and our municipality, and the Eklutna people are the only native or Aboriginal Alaskans living here, and that's what, in my experience, they call themselves. It is the Eklutna village, the Eklutna tribe, and the Eklutna corporation. And I've, spent a lot of time with them, and Mr. Dunbar has some as well. And it's my perception that they're very comfortable with that name.
Yeah.
Good question.
Any other discussion about that point? If not, we'll go to Mr. Weddleton.
I hope to draw some more words out of Assemblyman Dyson, because he'll say it way better than me. But, we've gotten some grief. Don't we have more serious things to do than change the logo? And we have many more serious things to do than change the logo. And we've been told that this logo is perfectly good. Why change it? And I think people, and hopefully he'll speak, when Mr. Dyson talks about this represents many of us, but not all of us. And over 20% of Anchorage, maybe much more, are Native Alaskans, and this logo doesn't speak to them. And I'm going to stop there and hope Mr. Dyson speaks, because he's much more eloquent on why we might have a logo that represents all of Anchorage.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Dyson, would you like to respond to that?
Yeah, thank you. I heard the same comments. Near as I can tell, over the last 2.5 months, I've probably spent 7 hours working on that. I've probably spent 30 or 40 hours listening to you all debate marijuana licenses and regulations, liquor licenses and renewals, and a whole lot of other things. I can't think of anything that I've neglected because of the 7 hours I've spent over 2 months in the public realm. But indeed, history is a bit of a passion of mine, and certainly Alaska is, and I wanted something that represents who we are and how we got here. And as you've heard me say, this really began as a railroad town. Ship Creek was a place you could float barges in at high water to offload railroad equipment. There's no railroad in here at all. And before the highways were built, north and south, the railroad was all it. Before the railroad, there was a mail route, dog sled mail route through here from Seward going all the way to the northwest coast. That's not here. If you were to put an airplane on something, it wouldn't be an obsolete Boeing 707. It might be a Radio Beaver or a Super Cub on floats. The ship that's depicted there was never in these waters, and and by the way, our area out here is a lousy anchorage, poor holding ground. The Corps of Engineers spends 20 to 25 million a year dredging, and so I wanted something that was accurate and depicting something about who we are and how could be what we are today without the military presence, one of the most strategic bases the U.S. has in the Pacific Theater. And and the bit of interaction I've had with the visitor community, they would be glad to have a seal that shows something more about the intriguing, beautiful, and adventurous destination that we are. So, yeah, probably said more than you wanted me to. I think this is well worth doing.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. I'll just mention, too, for those who say that this is consuming all of our time, we passed, on the consent agenda, we passed, I believe it was a $24 million port appropriation tonight. We are very much capable of walking and chewing gum at the same time, although I agree occasionally we do get bogged down in things, but I don't think this is one of them. So with that, please vote on this resolution. That passes unanimously. With that, Ms. Sporowski, you are excused for the evening. Thank you so much for your service, because we are about to enter what we call the green zone. We don't actually call it that. Resolution number AR 2018-231, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving the renewal of municipal marijuana license for manufacturing establishment Babylon Company, number M10322, stating the Assembly's non-objection to the renewal of State of Alaska marijuana license number 10322 for the same establishment respectively, and authorizing the municipal clerk to take certain action. Public hearing is now open. Does anyone wish to testify? Anyone at all? Hearing, seeing no one. Public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve. Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this license? Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Weddleton.
Not a problem. We discussed this quite thoroughly at the Community and Economic Development Committee last Thursday, and it was not particularly that Babylon Company did anything wrong, but there was some vagueness in the marijuana rules from the state, and they had asked if they could do something. They were told they could, so they did. Then they, at their own initiative, thought that maybe that wasn't quite right and asked again, and when they found out maybe they shouldn't be doing, they stopped. So they kind of followed the rules extremely well, very vague rules. And we just wanted to kind of make it clear that they had been very above board and operated well. So, and our recommendation was that we do approve this.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Is there any other discussion of this license? Not seeing any, please vote. That item passes 9-1. We are now on item 14L, resolution number AR 2018-236, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its protest regarding the new beverage dispensary tourism liquor license number 5678 for JPKTR Anchorage LLC, doing business as Staybridge Suites Anchorage, located at 200 Calais Drive, Anchorage, AK. Thank you. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing no one, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body? Okay. Moved by Ms. LaFrance, seconded by Mr. Trainee. Any discussion? Not seeing any discussion, please vote on this item. Mr. Constant, do you vote yes? Mr. Constant votes yes. This item passes unanimously. We are now at item 14M, resolution number AR 2018-242, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly setting public hearing for the first time renewal of and approving the renewal of municipal marijuana license for manufacturing establishments Glacier Extracts, number M10828. Stating the Assembly's non-objection to the renewal of State of Alaska marijuana license number 10828 for the same establishment respectively, and authorize the municipal clerk to take certain action. Public hearing is now open. Does anyone wish to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing none, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? Okay. Please vote on this item. That item passes 10-1. We are now at item 14N, resolution number AR 2018-243, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly setting public hearing for the first time renewals of and approving the renewals of municipal marijuana license for retail establishment Catalyst Cannabis Company, number M11638, Alaska's Green Light District, number M10933, Hillside Natural Wellness, number M10837, AK Slow Burn Cannabis Outlet, number M10245. Stating the Assembly's, thank you. Public hearing is now open. Does anyone wish to testify on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing no one, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? Seeing none, please vote on this item. That item passes 10-1. We are now on item 14O, resolution number AR 2018-244, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly setting public hearings for the first time renewals of and approving the renewals of municipal marijuana licenses for cultivation establishments Mercy Tree of Alaska, number M1118, M11118, and Old School and Buffy, number M11778, stating the Assembly's non-objection to the renewal. Thank you. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing none, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second. Oh,
Moved and seconded.
I pressed it.
Discussion. Seeing none, please vote on this item. That item passes 10-1. We are now on item 14P, resolution number AR 2018-252, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Can I move to change the order? I think your original thinking was right. There's like 3 items after this that should go as quickly as the 6 items before this, that all these people are here for, and then we can just come back to this and be done.
So your proposal is to change the order date and move items 14P and 14Q after item 14V?
P and Q, yeah, after item V, yeah. That way we can just zoom through these last items like we just did all those others and then not hold everyone else hostage to the process.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, any discussion on that motion? All right, not seeing any. I'll ask for unanimous consent, actually. Does anyone object to that? All right, seeing no objection, we've changed the order of the day. So we are now on item 14R, resolution number AR 2018-254, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly regarding the renewal of municipal marijuana cultivation license number M10671 for Alaska Cannabis Exchange, LLC, doing business as Alaska Cannabis Exchange. Thank you. Public hearing is now open. Does anyone wish to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing none, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? All right, not seeing any. Please vote on this item. That item passes 10-1. We are now at item 14S, resolution number AR 2018-255, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly regarding the renewal of municipal marijuana cultivation license number M10578 for Alaskan Leaf, LLC, doing business as Alaskan Leaf, stating the Assembly's protest the renewal of State of Alaska marijuana license number 10578 for the same establishment, respectively, and authorizing the municipal clerk to take certain action. Public hearing is now open. Does anyone wish to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing none, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? Not seeing any, please vote on this item. That item passes 10-1. I'm sorry, Amanda, what? Oh, never mind. This goes to 14U. Okay, thank you. We're now at item 14T, resolution number AR 2018-256, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly regarding the renewal of municipal marijuana retail license number M10577 for Alaskan Leaf, LLC, doing business as Alaskan Leaf, stating the Assembly's protest the renewal of State of Alaska marijuana license number 10577 for the same establishment, respectively, and authorizing the municipal clerk to take certain actions. Public hearing is now open. Does anyone wish to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing no one, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item?
Yeah.
Oh.
Was, Mr. Weddleton, was this heard by your committee? There's one notice of violation in it.
We did not review, typically when these are coming up for their first renewal without a protest, we have not looked to review them.
It seems like whatever the violation was, it got solved pretty quickly, but that's hard to tell.
Ms. Honest, would you be willing to speak to that at all?
So, through the chair, the municipal protest for the license was due to one certification from the land use enforcement not be having time to do their inspection. So that was what the protest was regarding. The notice of violation was from the state of Alaska, and they dealt with it on their end. So it's just attached for your review.
Looks like it. Okay, thank you, Mr. Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. In fact, at the committee, we did hear just a little bit of testimony about this, but not specific to this license, to the general problem of the correlation between the metric system, which is the state's tracking system, and the point of sale systems that are generally used by the cannabis community. There are just a few. And so what was reported to us, and that's GreenBits is the name of the software, is that there was an update to the software that made it so that the metric and the GreenBits weren't talking, and so the numbers weren't lining up. And so AMCO did work out with the community, the kind of applicants, the licensees, a way to figure this out, and they're working to get GreenBits updated. So this kind of is a general problem several licensees experienced.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. That was very edifying. Appreciate it. Mr. Weddleton.
Well, I'll embellish on that since he started. It was a lot of what we see if you look at these notices of violation. Several of these have had some. They fixed them pretty quick. They weren't really very significant. And what it shows me is that the state is going in and looking. Like this issue was they checked their inventory. Did their inventory match what they said they had? They found out it didn't. So they are checking. Do they have the right number of plants? They're looking for diversion. Is this going to the wrong places? So I was actually very impressed that the state was looking. And the retailers like this one said, okay, we found the error, and it's a computer thing, not diversion. So thank you.
That's great. Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Any other discussion on Mr. Peterson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And so my question is, if they don't get approved for renewal tonight, is their license, are they going to have to stop doing business? Do they have 30 or 60 days? Exactly. What's the deal, Mandy?
Ms. Honest?
Through the chair, the resolution as written allows them to continue operating. There's a provision in code that if they've turned in a timely application that's been deemed complete and it's still under review, they are able to operate under their current license. I will say these three establishments, the three previous ones that were lacking the land use certification, have received it. So they're complete now.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. All right, not seeing any more discussion on this item. Please vote on this item. That item passes 10-1. We are now at item 14U, resolution number AR 2018-257, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly regarding the renewal of municipal marijuana license number M10126 for R&S Enterprises LLC, doing business as the Herbal Cash. Thank you. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to testify? Seeing no one, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? And note that we received a handout from Ms. Honest regarding this. A resolution from the Girdwood Board of Supervisors. Okay. Passed by 4-0. Mr. Weddleton.
Thanks. And I was just going to speak about this briefly. You know, this is not a community council. This is the Girdwood Board of Supervisors. They probably had 30 or 40 people in the room when they had this meeting. But just one thing on this, it was nice to get comments from community councils on all the variety of things that we do. Very often we just get no's. And I've always encouraged community councils, if you support something, let us know. Get some yeses out there. Community councils and GBOS is something more than a community council. But so it's nice to see that they're saying, okay, we're good with this, and sending us a note, even if it looks like they just barely got it in under the wire. So thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Any other discussion on this item? Seeing none, please vote on this item. That item passes 10-1.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Before we take up the next item, I need to at least declare the possibility of the perception of a conflict. And I would say that the licensee for item 14V is a personal friend, and he worked as a volunteer on my campaign for election, and also has conducted some private work for me as a contractor, nothing in the last 6 or 8 months. And so I just want to put that on the record and have a determination.
Do you have any financial stake in this enterprise?
No.
All right. Is the ruling of the chair that you do not have a conflict?
Thank you.
Anyone wish to debate that? Okay. All right. So we're now on item 14V, resolution number AR 2018-258, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly regarding the renewal of municipal marijuana cultivation license number M10142 for Farmer Jacks LLC, doing business as Farmer Jacks, stating the Assembly's protest the renewal of State of Alaska marijuana license number 10142 for the same establishment, respectively, and authorize the municipal clerk to take certain action. Public hearing is now open. Does anyone wish to testify? Anyone at all? Are you testifying, sir? Oh, great.
My name is Josh Tobin. I am the
They call me Jack. I am the president of Farmer Jack's. I'm not aware of what the Assembly knows about the situation. Ms. Honest could probably fill you in. I believe our protest stems from some electrical problems we had stemming from the fire marshal. If you look at our record, we've only been open since May 11th. So we had about 40 days with one license, and then we were required to relicense. I'm not trying to point a finger at anybody or make any kind of a judgment, but I can tell you that we got our license, and then 40 days later, the same exact grow wasn't okay anymore. And I don't mind doing more electrical work. In fact, I did it today, and I don't mind additional paperwork. I just didn't have a lot of time to get it done. I can tell you that as of this afternoon, I had sent in all the documents to AMCO that they required to deem our application complete. However, that I sent in our lease. That was the last thing they needed. At about 2 o'clock today, my landlord is 82, had a heart attack, a triple bypass surgery. My lease wasn't his top priority. While my lease extended into 2022, AMCO has some new requirements that needed to be in the lease, so I had to have it rewritten. And when I sent it to my landlord, he didn't care. He was in the hospital. Other than that, the issues with the lease and a couple other pieces of paperwork with the state and some electrical work with the fire department that the fire marshal required, which I did complete today. I haven't had my fire inspection because these things don't happen overnight. Other than that, I can't really think of any reason the municipality or the state would deny my license going forward. I was a little late on things, but just trying to.
Mr.
Tobin.
You're not Mr. Jack. Yeah, okay. I don't believe that's what we are not denying your license tonight. That is not what's happening. Mr. Traney?
Just if you look at item 4 on there, certifications for the Anchorage Fire Department and land use enforcement have not been received. As soon as you get those, give them to the clerk's office, and they will notify AMCO on this, and it'll go through.
Yeah, land use called me, and we had actually set up an inspection, and she called back that day and said, if there's a protest to your license, there's no reason for me to come inspect it. And I said, yeah, that makes sense. Okay. So she just hasn't been there.
Well, this isn't a permanent ban from this body. It's just until these are met, and you have to give it to the clerk's office to make that happen, and you don't have to come back and see us again.
Okay, I'll see you in a few weeks.
Oh, there's another question for you in the queue. Ms. Demboski?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, it's, I think, going to help ease your mind. This is standard for us to do conditional protest. That's what we call it. So basically, we're not objecting to your license being passed. It's just, it's on a condition. You have to get your fire inspection done, right?
Yeah.
So as soon as that's done, you don't have to come back to us. You just get with Mandy over here at the clerk's office, and the protest, we lift it automatically. So basically, all we're saying is, if this passes tonight, yeah, you're good to go, except you need this inspection. Once that's done, you don't have to come back to us. Does that make sense?
Yep, okay.
So this isn't denying it or actually a firm protest, it's a conditional protest. Does that help?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll sleep tonight.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton?
Amy, does that mean your yes vote?
Yeah, actually, a couple points. One, if your first license only lasted 40 days, this temporary one is for 90. So it's very nice for you. But I'm a little worried. So you said someone from the municipality said if there's a protest, there's no need for me to come in and inspect?
No. She meant until the protests are lifted, Muni and State, her inspection isn't going to help my cause. She said, we'll just reschedule it until after the protest.
Well, no, that's backwards. She needs
I don't
to
know.
inspect.
I don't work for the Muni.
To lift the protest, she needs to inspect. So that someone needs to be explained to.
Ms. Honest, can you speak to that?
So she did, land use enforcement did go and do an inspection for this one. And she
May
did
or
say.
now? Sorry, May or now?
They did already.
Okay, for this.
My understanding from what was relayed to me is land use already did go and do an inspection, and so they had that protest pending whatever she spoke to you about. So she had it outlined in the form, but they did already do the inspection, and so pending what she discussed with you, what are the issues, then she'll go do a re-inspection.
Okay.
Okay.
I haven't spoken to her since May, and at that time it was about the handicap parking space. And this is a license renewal. I guess I should call her.
My understanding was she did talk to you about it, so perhaps call them and just double check.
Get it straightened out.
Mr. Constant?
Yeah, Jack, just what happens if this passes is this becomes a completely administrative matter between you and her, and so it's easy. You just do what you got to do, and you're done. So just that's it.
It got done today. My electrician no longer likes me.
Good. All right, there's no further comments.
Okay,
Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify to this item? Not seeing anyone. Public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Man, we're gonna
work
on it. It's getting late. You gotta say it and push the button at the same time. All right, so discussion on this item. Moved and seconded. Not seeing any discussion, please vote on this item. That item passes 10-1. We are now back to item 14P, renewal of municipal marijuana cultivation license number M10237 for Alaska Sense LLC, doing business as Alaska Sense. That was AR 2018-252. Public testimony is now open. Would anyone like to be heard on this item? Anyone at all?
Is the applicant here?
Yeah, my name is Carol Kerrigan. I'm the Executive Director of the Alaska Marijuana Industry Association. I'd like to thank the Assembly for sticking around tonight. I know it's late for everybody. I wanted to say on behalf of this Alaska Sense that I've been to this facility a number of times, and I know that there's been discussion of their license renewal because of some things which have happened as a result of, I suppose in some conditions, possibly overlooking regulations which should not be overlooked in any case, and we don't support anybody who doesn't stick with regulation. But I should also state that in the discussion of license renewal, I think that it's appropriate to punish people when they make mistakes. And in this industry, it's been my experience to see a lot of people make a lot of mistakes because basically we're dealing with a moving target. Regulations get shifted. People's ideas of what are proper in dealing with the industry shift. And so it's often difficult to keep pace with things. We were talking just a little bit ago about the fact that software doesn't talk to each other and has to be corrected. We have examples that I've seen where land use issues pop up and then they get resolved because it doesn't seem to be a land use issue again, like where to cross the street or things like this. And so there's been a lot of things which have been necessary to do to get this industry started and to keep it running. And whereas, like I said, I think that it's necessary for all of the members of our association to be responsible. I know that none of them think that license revocation is something which is necessary, especially when people that I have seen and that I deal with on a daily basis have worked as hard as they have to get where they are now. And I know that as a result, we see a lot of people who make mistakes, and it's been discussed here too, and they try and rectify those mistakes and work harder to be better as citizens and as taxpayers. And I would just hate to see someone who's working hard and making an effort to try and work within the framework and try and correct problems that arise to not be able to continue to work in a licensed situation which they've put a lot of sweat equity into. And I know that it takes time to go through this process. It takes time for a lot of these retailers, manufacturers, cultivators to get going. Some of them have waited years and put in a lot of their life savings to try and get to this point. And so, once again, where I think that there's a need to make sure that people are compliant, I think that something as extreme as taking a license away from somebody is something which has not, I don't think we've crossed that bar yet. Thank you.
Thank you. Well timed. We have one question for you from Mr. Weddleton.
Hi. Yes, sir. Did you say who you work for?
Yeah, I'm the executive director of the Alaska Marijuana Industry Association. I could have been talking really fast when I first got up here.
I know.
Okay. And it's late. Okay, thank you.
But don't go away yet. So I think much of what you said is true. A new industry, a lot of moving targets and so on. But here we have a case where there was, active usable marijuana on the ground and a pretty solid refusal of an inspection. I mean, that's not fuzzy.
I would, if I may answer, I think that to say that marijuana that's been, ground underfoot in the ice and is usable is probably, you'd be pretty desperate to want to use that, to be honest with you, just from my knowledge of the industry. I mean, I know what you're saying. You could probably take it, dry it, burn it, and there'd be something there, but I don't know what it would be, and it'd be really, that's like taking a hamburger out of a dumpster kind of thing. So I don't, I see what you're saying, but if you want to compare that to something that you'd buy behind a counter and you'd see, there's a real quantum leap between those two things.
I'm thinking of a 12-year-old kid who goes by and goes, "Whoa, Nelly, there's marijuana on the ground." People do that. My business, we have an ashtray outside, and people bust it open and smoke the little butts on the end every night.
Right, I'm with you. I mean, I understand that, but I don't see many 12-year-old kids busting ashtrays open to get cigarette butts either. But I know that happens. I mean, I agree that I understand that, but like I said, I think that's something which is punishable. But the fact that it was caught and corrected is, a part of that dynamic as well.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Constant.
Thanks, Mr. Kerrigan. What leads you to think that the marijuana that the inspectors found had been ground up in the snow and was otherwise rendered unusable?
I saw the picture of it in their hand. When I looked at it, I mean, that's something that I would, have considered that as to be like, the equivalent of busting open a cigarette ashtray and taking a butt out.
Interesting, because when I saw it, I thought just the opposite. I thought that actually looks like clean, fresh, good weed. Well, that's what my perspective was when I saw it. I was pretty surprised.
Well, I see it all the time, and so if that's from my frame of reference, from seeing it in jars and cultivations and manufacturing facilities and retail around the state.
I too have been touring the retail facilities, the grow facilities. I've seen it in the jars, the plastic bags, in the plastic containers, and without saying too much, I know what it looks like.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't have that in my pipe. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Croft.
So, Kerry, this applicant had a $15,000 fine for failure to pay. Looks like almost $300,000 in taxes, $293,000. That was a $15,000 civil fine. And counts 3 and 4, they were assessed $20,000 fine. That's for what you're talking about, having observable marijuana near the dumpster. But more importantly, count 4 was that they refused to open the dumpster, said they didn't have a key they're required to have, refused to cut the lock. When the investigators left, they did find the key. They called for an emergency pickup of the trash, and it was then gone by the time the inspector came back. Why shouldn't I take that conduct and the $20,000 fine assessed very seriously?
As far as the financial of paying taxes, that's not within my purview to comment on. If you decide that you want to do something to somebody in response to their financial status or how they run their business, that's a different item, in my opinion, because I don't have any experience in the world of finance in that regard. I think people should pay their taxes. I think that's a good thing. I would assume that they're going to pay their taxes, but that's something you have to ask them.
How about that count 4?
About the count 4, I was sitting in the room when that discussion was had in the planning and zoning meeting as well, and I heard what was said, but I don't know about that except to say that I did see what Mr. Constant and I talked about after the meeting about the guy with the bag, and I would assume that that struck me as being somebody who screwed up, somebody who was in their waste disposal facility and messed that up, because it looked like somebody pulled a root wad that hadn't been ground out to me in a bag. Why it got called in to be dumped then is beyond me too. I would have waited personally for someone to look in the dumpster. I heard what they said about the lock and the fact that they bought a more expensive lock because people kept prying it open and they didn't want to cut it. I guess it depends on, how you decide to approach each problem. I would have approached some of those differently than they were approached. I probably wouldn't have called for a dumpster pickup until the inspectors had been back to look at it once they got it open.
Probably?
That's what I would have done. But that's the way I operate. And so I don't know who made the call. I don't know who did that, but I still think that these things that I'm seeing, I don't know if they rise to the level of license revocation, in my opinion.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. Thank you, Mr. Kerrigan. No, there are no further questions. Is there anyone else who would like to testify on this item?
Good evening, Chair. My name is Lorenzo Gonzalez, CFO for Alaska Sense and Canabasca. All I request is that I have a very fair back and forth to answer some of the questions that Mr. Kerrigan wasn't allowed to answer or didn't have the knowledge to do so. So if you would like to open for debate, I would like to talk to you about those things, especially if you have concerns about our taxes, I can answer that, or what happened on the days of that event.
Yeah, I'll buy it, Mr. Chairman.
All right, Mr. Croft.
The count one that was assessed a $15,000 fine says there's unpaid taxes of $169 and then metric records showing sales that would justify another just under $300,000. Do you owe $200 to $300 in unpaid taxes?
I can state that we did pay that fine for not paying taxes. It wasn't that they were intentionally delinquent. This is a new system. We were trying to learn how to pay our cultivation taxes. We got our municipality taxes under control. It's never been late once. The amount is a bit shocking to you guys, but Canabasca actually generates almost 10% of the entire state's income in tax revenue. You guys is topped out at $1 million for taxes. We pay it in an average on a month is over $100,000. So in the events of this investigation or issue with the state, which took a few months, there was some times that at overlapping times we were a little delinquent behind, but we entered an agreement with the Department of Revenue and since then have been compliant, and we still, in continuing to do so, pay on average over $100,000 in combined taxes, including penalties of $30,000 per month.
Penalties of $30,000 a month?
Yes, sir.
Are you up to date on your taxes now?
Yes, sir.
All right, and on counts 3 and 4 that you refused an inspection, then somebody from your firm called for a disposal, and we won't know what was in those bags that were thrown away. Why shouldn't I take that very seriously?
I didn't say you shouldn't take it seriously. You definitely should, but as well as these items were in the dumpster. They were not out in public reach. They were behind a locked cage.
We'll never know that, right?
It was on video.
We'll never know what was in them.
Of course, but I mean, at any given time, they're in the bags and in the dumpsters, and I can testify as to what happened on that day. So you had questions as to how this all played out. There was already a plan to call for an off schedule, not an emergency. That's just the terms that dumpster company uses. We had a 6,000 gallon water drum inside the same dumpster, and we were moving into the weekend. We had a consistent issue with break-in. The homeless get in there daily in the winter. The darkness falls a bit sooner than it does in the summertime, and we experienced our first winter with a break-in every day, and that's not over-exaggerated. It is documented in our company. We have photos. It is something that they've gotten into and ripped just looking for things. I don't know if they were ever successful finding anything, but me personally, the days of that event, it was most likely just a root ball that wasn't ground. There's been some confusion with the state as far as what we're supposed to do with those. But we did follow pretty much the proper way to get disposal. Somebody did go back in there, and it was on video, and they removed an item, but they also replaced the item as well. So just so you know, if the state had an issue, they would have asked us for the camera footage that followed from when it went back into the building, went back through the mulcher, and went back outside. But we satisfied that need, apparently, and they only asked for what happened outside of the building.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton.
Well, I guess a couple questions. One is going back. You say that you're paying $100,000 a month in taxes and $30,000.
No, it's combined. The total.
You're paying $30,000 a month in penalties for what?
She's going to clarify.
So the Department of Revenue for the state of Alaska has a one-time payment plan tool. So if you get behind in your taxes in this situation, they combine it all together in a 12-month payment plan, but they don't forego any of the interest or any of the penalties. So it keeps accruing all these penalties and interest, but they amortize it over this 12-month one-time payment plan. So yeah, there's a bunch of penalties that are associated with doing this tool, but the tool is so that you can continue business operations and actually satisfy the debt to the state of Alaska.
Okay, you should probably tell the microphone who you are, Miss.
I'm Jana Waldstein, attorney for Samadi Orden.
Okay, so diving a little deeper into the root ball issue, my understanding reading, and there's quite a bit to read here, but you didn't have a grinder property. Didn't they say, show us the grinder? And I thought it said you didn't actually have one working and you had one on the way, or et cetera, and so on.
So I'll let you answer that question because they later, and a lot of my clients have had this problem, that weed is a lot tougher than actually you would think it would be, probably because of the stalks and the fibers. That's another reason why there's a approved regulation but not signed by the lieutenant governor yet, so not in effect, that removes root balls from the definition of waste. So if this had happened 3 months from now, then the root ball that they removed wouldn't have needed to be grinded and rendered unusable, because we're removing that from the definition because there's literally no value, no THC value in a root ball. It's just a plant matter. Will you tell them a little bit about your struggles with the grinder?
So over the time that we've been open, we've had 3 different types of what are called industrial tree stump removers that we've worked our way up to. The day that they are in question, I suppose here, we didn't personally show them because of the question that was asked as they were leaving the building. It wasn't in their way out. It was downstairs in an opposite direction, which they did not take time to go back and look or locate it. But on that day, we also told them that it was there. We had proof that it was there. It never left the building or anything in that sense. Since then as well, we've upgraded to another few $1,000 machine that is, it's a tree stump remover, and this is what we're dealing with to dispose of stalks and stems and leaves, and at the time, root balls.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. So all this talk about root balls, we've never established, in fact, that there was a root ball inside of that bag. And so you did mention, though, just now that there were other cameras set up that could have demonstrated that that was a root ball. Do you have that video available?
So the video storage is 40 days. So when AMCO made their request, they said, we want these cameras, this one, and this one. They didn't ask for those ones. It costs a lot of money to store 24/7 hour footage of surveillance for 40 days, and past that, you don't have that anymore. You gave them everything that AMCO asked for. They didn't ask for that. And I will note that the city gave this violation. So counts 3 and 4 stem from a city violation that was served back in March. My clients gave me the violation. I said, what the heck, guys, pay this. We were wrong, pay it. And that's exactly what we did. Now, if the Muni didn't take issue with it in March, you have to understand that this is a sensational issue, and the press is really, I'm not minimizing it, but I'm just saying if it wasn't an issue in March to be brought to your attention, if your code enforcement didn't bring it to your attention and say, look at this, look at what's going on, and we paid it, and you didn't hear about it until the state started their investigation, and there was a ton of press and headlines and taglines and catchy phrases that stemmed from this whole 4-day hearing, you wouldn't even have known about it because I told my clients they were wrong and to pay it and to pay the fines.
Thank you. Mr. Constant again?
Yeah, and we're not in debate. At some point, we probably should move on. But I would suggest that we, as soon as we heard about this, recognized how serious it was, and this proceeding begun, and that was in June.
That was in March.
Well, no, the violations were in March. The announcement that there was this video and the moving from the dumpster back in and the refusal of the inspection.
No, you had to have gotten it in May, respectfully, because we only had 40 days of storage.
That's not us, though. That's the state. And when AMCO finally brought it above board, that's when we got it. And that's when this conversation began. And we've been on it ever since that very first time that information came forward. And so maybe that is a hole in our process and I think I've requested this at Mr. Welton's committee, that as soon as there's a violation of a certain grade, we're notified.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Dimboski.
Thank you. Ms. Whitstein, I want to ask you a quick question. When you're talking about the root ball and the regulations that the Lieutenant Governor hasn't signed yet, you said in 3 months it wouldn't even be an issue, it wouldn't be a violation.
Not the whole situation wouldn't, but the fact that the root ball wasn't ground up.
Okay, so at the time that this happened, it was a violation.
Absolutely.
Okay. My second question, I've dug through this packet because I seem to recall was there smell violations too?
There are smell violations that we had a hearing on with the administrative law judge, and as you can see in the packet, I think that you just got on your desk, I said to the administrative law judge, this standard's not workable, and I gave them, basically a big law review article on how do you craft a legal smell standard, in the hopes that we might get a better workable standard. But no, they have smell violations, and they'll be paying some fines for that too.
Okay, so my question is, after our last meeting at the Community Economic Development Committee, it was like 2 meetings ago maybe, when you guys were there, I immediately left the meeting and I drove over to the facility. I was literally on the road, the side road, with my window down, and I could smell it. Yeah. And I didn't even get out of the car. I just rolled my window down and I could smell it. So what is happening right now to address that?
So since then, a little bit prior to that day, we actually found a locator down in the lower 48 to have us supply industrial carbon filters that are used to mitigate pig farms. Since then, I've actually had Richard Fern come out a number of times, and I even spoke to him today and just keep in communications with him, and so far, no issues.
So far.
Okay, so that was installed since I've been there?
Yes,
Is
ma'am.
that what you're saying? Okay.
It was ordered previous to the conversation when you told me you would be on the way.
Well, just so you know, when this meeting's over, I will be driving directly over there.
I would love to see you there.
Thank you, Ms. Nabasi. So Mr. Constant had a good point, which is we are not in debate right now. We are taking public testimony, and unfortunately, it makes it a little bit difficult to have an exchange of this kind of information. We're also, correct me if I'm wrong, my attorneys, but we are in the middle of a quasi-judicial hearing right now, and this is evidence, this testimony. So is there anyone else who would like to testify regarding this item? Go ahead. Please state your name for the record.
My name is Josh Tobin. I'm in the industry, and I think this question of diversion, you guys need a little information here. The price on the black market, and I'm not afraid to admit to anybody, I have friends that are still in the black market. Nobody legal is trying to sell in the black market. The price hit $1,500 a pound about 2 months ago. You make way more money selling it from a store. So the idea that they're trying to sell it out the back through a dumpster, it's not a real thing. That's laughable. And as to the smell thing, that's just rookies. They'll figure it out. And the root ball thing, give me a call. I'll tell you, it's not hard to figure out. You soak it in a bucket in water. You don't need a grinder. These things are not. It's not a big deal. Nobody's selling weed on the black market, and they'll figure out the smell in the grinder thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Hold on. We've got one question for you. Mr. Constant.
Jack, what if you reverse that, though? Can you imagine a time and a place where you could buy a pound of weed for $1,500 off the black market, have it placed in your dumpster, and then divert it into your store to sell retail without paying taxation?
It would be an early retirement. I can see why people would want to do that.
What does that mean in early retirement?
I mean, if you were making that much money, you wouldn't have to stay open long. I can see the draw.
You know, because that's what I saw in the video, was a bag going from the dumpster into the store.
I would have to say that given the receipts of their taxes, they're not hurting for money, right? They're not going broke. They have no reason to bring it through the door. There's not really a motivation. People are making enough money.
Okay, there are no further questions. Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Okay, not seeing anyone. Public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
It's not all jump.
So are we going to move the... Do you need to take a break? We can take a 5-minute break if you'd like. Okay. All right, we're going to take a 5-minute break, then we'll resume for discussion. I was speaking with our attorneys about the process, but let's get this rolling. Mr. Trainee, could you move to approve the S version?
Mr. Chairman, move to approve the S version.
Can I get a second? Moved and seconded. So we are now debating the S version of AR number 2018-252 regarding the cultivation license. So I guess I'd like to start both because we have a new assembly member and because this is a relatively complicated issue. If Ms. Honest could describe for us sort of what this resolution does if we pass it, what it does if we don't pass it, and also sort of the other options we can take. Because I know you've got some check boxes in there that we can use. So could you please lay it out for us?
Sure. Through the chair, this AR is a action on the municipal license as well as action on the state license. So this would send a protest to the state for the renewal of the state license, and it details on page 2, starting at line 18, section 2, is the review of the renewal. The first portion in 24 is the general review process that the clerk's office conducts along with other reviewing municipal departments for the general requirements of a license. The second part with the check boxes starting on page 3, line 13, is the Assembly's overall review of all of the documentation. And so if they find anything lacking, this is the section where the Assembly may choose to check one of the boxes or a few of the boxes if they're applicable. So for this AR 252S, the clerk's office found that there wasn't certification from the fire department or land use enforcement. And then there's also attached to it the information from the AMCO office regarding their investigation. So for this one, if you decide to take action on it tonight, it would protest the license, and if you choose any of the options on line 13 on page 3, that would come into effect as well. This would allow you to either restrict or decide to deny the license. And then alternately, there is the late on the table, and I will wait to get to that.
Could you quickly also describe sort of what those check boxes mean, starting on line 23 down, why we might want to check those again? And then also, what is the impact if we do not pass this item tonight, the S version?
Through the chair. So page 3, line 15, the first one, if you deem that the application has not been complete, or if you find any false information in it. 17, if you find that it would violate any of the restrictions within section 1080, 010 or 011, which are the general requirements of the license. The license would violate any restriction applicable to the particular license type. 20, the license is prohibited by municipal code. Line 21, the Assembly finds the operating plan does not adequately demonstrate that the applicant can comply. 23, the issuance of the license will adversely impact the health, welfare, or public safety of the neighborhood in which the establishment is located, or otherwise would not be in the best interest of the public. 26, the license has been revoked for any cause. 27, the license has been operated in violation of a condition or restriction the Assembly.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, I think she's reading off the original version, not the S version.
Right, so the lines aren't matching up with the statements, and it's very confusing.
Yeah, sorry about that. I should have stopped you a little sooner. So we're on the S version. I think they start on line 23. But rather than walk through all of them, and I apologize, my question wasn't really clear. So if we check these boxes and we pass this ordinance, or I'm sorry, this resolution, what's the practical impact on the applicant?
Through the chair, so these would be reasons that you would choose to either restrict the license or opt to deny the application. So you could choose them for any of these reasons. And if you choose to do that, the restrictions, you would want to list in this section facts and findings of why you're restricting it, what the reasoning is. Similarly, if you chose anything that would take you down the path to deny the application, this would be your facts and findings section, and you would want to talk about your reasonings for that finding.
And just one last question before I get to my colleagues. So this is, if I'm looking at Section 4, this is a 90-day temporary license, correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right, Mr. Weddleton.
I got a couple questions. One, Ms. Honest, you said we could opt to deny the application. That means to pull their license. Is that correct? Okay, so that they're done with no license. Okay.
They do have the ability to come back for that, though. So if it's denied, there is a denial process, and there's a whole procedure for that with due process.
Okay. Then another question, what is the status with the state? Because AMCO had kind of pulled her license to, whatever, her TAM card, but marijuana version, and she couldn't operate, and then they reconsidered. So we have this letter dated August 23 with the fines and so on. Is this the state of the state? They gave them fines, and that's the end of it for that?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Ms. Domboski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a couple questions, and I might need Mandy's help. I might need legal's help. So as I'm looking at the opportunities to check or not check on page 3, so Mandy, if I'm looking at line 42 of the S version, page 3 of 5, the license has been operated in violation of a condition or restriction the Assembly previously imposed. We previously imposed on all of our licenses, you must operate within state and municipal law, right? And the issuance of violations would be clear violation of a condition. Is that right?
So my understanding, and legal can verify this, the condition or restriction previously imposed would be the conditions that were listed in the licensed special land use. And so that does include the laws of the state and the city. I believe notices of violation, unless they are moved to being violations and there's the proceedings for that where they're actually convicted of it, may be a question for that.
Right, and maybe Dean can weigh in, but the fact that they've paid some of their violations would be an acknowledgement that there was a violation of law, which is a violation of the condition of their license. Am I correct? One of the attorneys, if they could help me.
I would agree. Yes, that if the original license they were issued stated as an express condition of approval that they need to comply with state and local law, then it would be a violation of a condition for them to have. And there is a record of them having violated and gone through the administrative hearing officer process and having it be determined that they were in violation.
Okay. And my second question that I will need legal help on the next page, page 4 of 5, the last checkbox says the applicant committed prohibited acts referenced in section 10.05.020. Off the top of my head, I don't know what that section says.
I can take that one. Through the chair, so that's the general provisions of all licenses in Title 10. And that basically is saying that they will abide by all of the requirements of Title 10.
So, and is one of the requirements of Title 10 adhering to state and local law?
If I may, that's correct. Title 10, any violation of Title 10 includes Chapter 1080, which is all of our municipal marijuana regulations. So that's included in that last one. I was going to point that out. And I would add to Ms. Wint Pearson's earlier comment, when we had an original application for the license in the first instance, it almost always includes language saying that the Assembly imposes conditions and restrictions in terms of this applicant has to comply with all of the things that they put into their application. So if they violate something in their application, that itself would be a violation of a condition previously imposed.
Okay. And my follow-up question is, in my mind, listening to the testimony, reading the state documents, reading the violations, I believe those two conditions boxes could be checked. Now, if we check those boxes, that in itself doesn't have an impact on the decision what we're going to do with their license. Is that correct?
That's correct. Absent a change to the remaining sections of the resolution that specify what you're approving. I think that this structure is in here because Title 10 does require that you make a finding that one of these items is an issue in order for you to deny a renewal. And so this is here to kind of guide you to pick what you think those options are and to be able to make those findings on the record. It certainly doesn't dictate what your end outcome is. You'd have to, if you wanted to, right now it would still be drafted as you approving a 90-day approval condition on them resolving the issues with land use and with the fire department. You could certainly further amend to say, because we've made these findings, we're actually placing further restrictions on the license, or we are denying the renewal. But as drafted, it would simply be additional findings of the body that those are issues.
Okay, so then it's getting late. I'm getting a little tired. I just need to make sure I'm understanding you. So what I said before, if we make these two findings that, yes, in fact, they had violated a condition or restriction previously imposed, and the applicant committed prohibited access referenced in sections 10.05.020, if we just find that, that in itself doesn't do anything. It only articulates the fact that we do believe these violations occurred. We're not even talking to all of them maybe, but some have been paid, so that in itself doesn't make a decision on what we're going to do. It just finds it.
Correct.
Okay. So with that, Mr. Chair, I will move to check the box on line 42, page 3 of 5, and check the box on line 4 of page 4 of 5. And I think everybody heard the discussion, so I think you understand why I would be doing it. And but that still doesn't get to the underlying question of what we're going to do.
So that's an amendment to check the box on line 42 of page 3 and line 4 of page 4. Is there a second for that motion? Second. So it's moved and seconded. So now we are discussing this amendment to check those boxes. And as Ms. Domboski rightly pointed out, checking those boxes does not actually resolve whether or not we deny the license or issue a temporary license or take any other action.
If I may.
Go ahead, Ms.
Thank
Domboski.
you. The only reason I'm doing this, I'm trying to get us a step closer to coming to a resolution, and I'm just trying to make sure our record is clear. So if this comes back, our new assembly looks at it, they can't say, well, they didn't find anything, because I think after hearing the testimony and reviewing the record, in my mind, I'm satisfied that there has been a violation. And so, again, this is just one step in trying to help us get to the terminus of whatever decision we make.
Thank you, Ms. Domboski. Mr. Croft, is this to the amendment?
Yeah, and I in support of it, I think she established, Ms. Domboski did, that clearly those two boxes should be checked. Afterwards, or as part of this, I would also check that the issuance of the license will adversely affect the health, welfare, or public safety of the neighborhood in which the marijuana establishment is proposed to be located, or otherwise would not be in the interest of the public. I think there's sufficient evidence from admitting that they did these things, and from the charges that we have, the video that we have in pictures, but I haven't seen the whole video, that this is not in the public interest.
Mr. Croft, if you would indulge me, I would support that amendment as well, but I would like to take that up separately because I think there might be some disagreement.
Good. That would be fine. And I'd say then on her amendment, in further support of it, the documents we have with the attachments, so the accusation, and then there's attachment G, which is their operating plan, and K, which is their which is the investigative report. In the report, they and that's attachment I. You know, they brought the wrong key. It clearly said retail. It didn't have the right numbers on. Of course, it didn't work. They refused to let them, gave them the wrong key and/or couldn't find the right one, but then refused to let them cut it. An explicit part of their conditions, and Ms. Domboski is absolutely right that it's an explicit part that you comply with law and not have any violations. But in addition, attachment G, page 6 of 19 on that document, says the licensee, all employees and agents shall assist in any way to help law enforcement by providing detailed descriptions, leading the breach, shall protect and preserve evidence. I don't think they're in compliance with that when they turn down an inspection. It also says on page 13, all marijuana waste will be mixed with common household garbage. And in the investigation, both they found portions outside the dumpster that weren't. There's bags that we don't know the content of. And in the investigation, I asked where the food processor was. Mr. Neal said that he did not know where it was and it may be downstairs. He then admitted that the mulcher broke some time ago and they had not purchased a replacement. So I think there's also sufficient factual evidence for us to find that they were not combining in the way they should. So all the things she said and those two specific conditions that I think were not met.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. If I'm remembering correctly, the first items that Ms. Domboski pointed out that were found were the smell violations and the tax issues. I think that we have to be careful with those issues in concluding that they're findings, because if we intend to make those findings, then they have to be findings that we would find across licensees. And in fact, we have just relicensed a number of licensed organizations that have had smell violations or other functional violations of their license. And so I think that we would be wise to restrict our deliberations only to the items that are extraordinary enough that they aren't something that we would see commonly across a number of licensees, only because then we're failing in due process equal protection.
Well, can I ask a clarifying question then, because, you know, this is a quasi-judicial hearing, a little bit unique. So are you saying that you support her amendment to check those two boxes, but basing it on the more extraordinary violations, for example, the refusal of the inspection?
I haven't made a decision on what I support or don't support at this time, because I think that there's so many confusing elements within the factual basis that we have in front of us that I'm not confident we understand the full timeline, the full facts, everything. And so my personal value would be, let's move the other items that move forward in a manner that's deliberative and timely and thoughtful and gets all the facts in front of us and doesn't just make a conclusion. But what I am saying is what Mr. Croft elucidated are clearly items that are outside of all of the other violations that we saw that tend to fall into a more pro forma, functional, just getting stuff together and figuring it out, and that are extraordinary. And so I would suggest that if we do find in this document, we be careful not to include things that we relicense people for, despite of.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. I'll say, just because I don't want to hide the ball, and everyone has laid on the table item 14W in front of them, I think that maybe will inform this discussion as well. It's my hope that tonight we will not reach a final decision on this item, but rather we will extend it to a later meeting so we can have some of those additional hearings and discussions on this. But that doesn't mean we can't discuss this, and we could even potentially amend it tonight, and then, because we're going to continue discussion, we could either pass it in the amended form or unamend it at the future meeting. Mr. Trainor, you were in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be supporting Mr. Domboski's motion going forward, because quite frankly, I see no reason. When I look at K on here, attachment K, no reason at all for them not to provide the key or to let them cut the bowl. But right after the people left, then their workers did get into the receptacle, and they called them for an emergency pickup. Maybe not emergency, but urgent pickup. And there's no justification why they would not let the state look at that, whether it took cutting off the bolt or not. It was done right after that. They either found the key or they cut the bolt, one of the two. Why wouldn't they do it when the state inspectors were there?
Thank you,
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, from what we had heard at a previous meeting, they didn't have a backup lock. They'd been trying to figure out a way to keep the people from breaking into their dumpster, and they finally found a lock that they couldn't break in. And so you're asking them to cut that lock off when they don't have a replacement. Logistically, that if I would have been them, I wouldn't have cut it off either. So, I mean, I don't know where they got it. They maybe had to order it out of state. So, you know, I think we're creating conspiracy theories where there are none. It was a mistake. They admitted the mistake. They paid the fine. Let's move on. I mean, they didn't kill anyone. You know, this is not a felony that was committed here. This is a code violation.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Trainee.
Just one thing, Pete. They said they make $100,000 a month. They could afford a lock.
No, 100,000 taxes a month. That means they may make way more than 100,000.
Either way, they could afford to fly somebody to get the key lock if they needed to.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. Another hole in all this that I'm seeing that's our responsibility is, and I've spoken to this probably to every one of you in some committee hearing or whatnot, is that the code enforcement officers' hands were tied when they got to the door because our code is insufficient. It doesn't actually say what happens when an inspection is refused. And while common sense would say, let us in and show us what's going on, the rules don't say that. And so we also have to walk carefully around that fact, because that is a fact. And it still continues to be a fact until we address that piece of the code. And so I clearly want to point us in that direction in the short term, Mr. Weddleton's committee, because we need to fix this hole.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Demboski?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I attempted, but apparently I failed to try to focus Assembly members to the amendment at hand. I just want to reiterate the two boxes we're asking to check right now, is that the license has been operated in violation of a condition or restriction the Assembly previously imposed. And the second box is the applicant committed prohibited acts referenced in section 10.05.020. In my mind, the testimony that I've heard, from the witnesses, from code enforcement, reading the violations, it is clear there was a violation of law. It was you can call it a violation of code. That's what the box says right here. A condition, violation of a condition. That's what we're talking about. In my mind, we're taking one step. It's not a definitive disposition of what we're going to do. It's just saying we have found that there have been violations of previously required restrictions or conditions we set. So I'm asking members to put aside the rest of the conversation for right now, and let's just take one step. In my mind, this has been satisfied. So I hope we can just vote on this and move to the next question.
Thank you, Ms. Demboski. Mr. Gates?
I just wanted to comment on the notion that if an inspection is refused, that the code doesn't say what happens. It doesn't specifically say what specific punishment is imposed, but it does subject the violator to an NOV, a fine, or other proceedings in Article 8 of our Chapter 1080. That could include notices of violations that can be initiated by the clerk, a peace officer, code enforcement officer, health department officer. They can impose fines for refusal to allow an inspection. So that is an available response.
Thank you, Mr. Gates. Mr. Constant.
Yeah, thank you. And you just you punctuated my point, though, Mr. Gates, that the only tool that the code enforcement officer has is to drop a piece of paper and walk away and come up, whatever, if a fine or a hearing or any number of different things that the notice of violation requires. But there's no, you must close your doors until you give us your access to what we're asking for. There's no functional step for them to assert their power. And so if we only allow that they can write a ticket and walk away, then I imagine we'll see the situation repeat itself in the future with other licensees.
Yeah. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So it seems to me that if we are, as a body, going to start debating whether to revoke people's licenses, maybe we need to come have the Community and Economic Development Committee go through a list of items they think that are severe enough that might require a non-renewal of a license. At this point in time, there's nothing specific written anywhere that says if you do X, your license will not be renewed. And you know, I've been on the committee since we started this, and I never heard a conversation, I never heard intent language from anyone that someone should lose, not have their license renewed or lose their license for improper garbage handling.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Croft.
Well, Mr. Dombrowski's failed, but I'd like to try as well. I know, and I want to reiterate it. We're voting on these. I think they're clearly established. Can we just agree that those both have been established? So I'd urge us to vote on that, and I'll keep my comments on other issues for when they come back around.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. So yeah, I'm going to call this question. So we are now voting on Ms. Dombrowski's amendment to check the box on line 42 of page 3 and line 4 of page 4. Please vote on that amendment. That passes 9-2. So we are now back to the main motion, but there was talk of another amendment to check a box. Are we going to take that up, or do we want to continue talking about the main motion?
I do believe that that the box on that it's not in the best interest is worth checking. But now that these two have been checked, you don't necessarily have to.
Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Croft, to interrupt you, but I think you do. Given what's on line 21, it says only checked items apply. So if you think it's true, I think you need to check the box.
Well, only checked items apply doesn't mean all that apply have to be checked.
I think it does mean that.
All I'd like to know, I'd like to know from Ms. Wint-Pearson, so what needs to be changed in items 3 through 8 to say, based on that, we not only protest, but we urge a rejection of or revocation of the license?
Through the chair, so you would need to amend substantial portions of the remaining resolution, because if what you're saying is that you would then want to issue an actual unconditional protest to AMCO and also deny renewal of the municipal license, which are the two items that are part of this, then you'd need to amend Section 3, Section 4, Section 5, and the Section 6 to make that clear, to, again, make very clear that you're actually issuing a full protest and denying renewal.
Good. I would like to do that and like your assistance on doing it. I'm less concerned on what we recommend to AMCO than our own authority, which we have to simply deny the municipal marijuana license. And we have a grounds for it, and I'd urge that we do it. It's been trivialized by some here, but this is, to me, the worst thing they could do. Because when you deny an inspection, you deny the entire enforcement apparatus, right? A particular violation is handleable, and the mistakes particularly are handleable. But if it, and Mr. Constant said it, but I want to repeat it, if it becomes known, you can just say no, then our entire inspection system breaks down. So we need to be very clear. This is the first I've seen, I think the first that has happened, where they just refuse. And we need to be crystal clear, you cannot do that. And there will be an immediate consequence for it. while we didn't say in our code, nor do I think we should, for refusal, these things automatically happen, we also didn't limit our discretion to do things in response to that. We kept our authority to do it, and we have the authority, and we ought to use it here today.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. Mr. Gates, you're in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to make a comment on the terminology. We want to make sure we're using the right nomenclature. I hear, well, I don't really hear, but I see the members using the words revoke and deny renewal interchangeably, but they're very different things. So please discontinue using the word revoke the license. That's a different process.
Thank you, Mr. Gates. We've been advised to discontinue use of the word revoke. Ms. Dombosky.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will keep this short. I think in the future, just for staff, it would be helpful if we already had up an opportunity where we could basically communicate to AMCO that we're not in favor of renewal. I think amending this document significantly I don't think it can be done on the floor tonight, frankly. But with that said, I just want to clarify something I said earlier, because I did have a sidebar with council, and since I appreciate you, Mr. Chair, reminding us this is quasi-judicial. So with that said, I will not be driving by your place tonight, because I don't want to engage in any ex parte communication in case we don't resolve this tonight. So I just wanted to say that on the record.
Thank you, Ms. Dombosky. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. While I may or may not agree with the facts as stated, I believe, and I'll reiterate, we do not have all the facts before us. And we have a duty to seek and have before us and hear all of the facts before we do something so serious. You know, we're talking about destroying someone's life savings, their operation, and throwing 35 people off of their employment. And that may, in fact, be the proper remedy after everything is before us and we've clearly thought it through. But an action like this, I think, is perilously out of due process and due order, and it's just not fair until we know everything to make these determinations.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Dyson.
Thank you, and please, our attorneys here, tell me if I get off the reservation. Mr. Croft's argument of bad faith on the inspection is a compelling one. And I wished I'd have heard the owner or council say, we were wrong, we should not have done that, it was not my decision or my policy, it was an employee doing the wrong thing, and so on. I didn't hear that. I respect Mr. Peterson, but high security locks are relatively easy to involve, and the fact that the argument you didn't want to cut it because of the security issue is not a compelling one. The inspection and the refusing of the inspection without saying that was a wrong action shows bad faith. And what I want to know from you attorneys at all, is it proper in this process to allow the owner and council to respond to that?
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Ms. Wynn-Pearson or Mr. Gates, can you answer that? So I think what he's asking is to have someone basically call them up to answer questions during this proceeding. Is that proper?
We're now getting each other to indicate that, yes, we both think that's fine. If you'd like to call the applicant up to respond to some questions.
Mr. Dyson, would you like to do so?
Yeah, Mr. Croft would be better at it, but yeah, I think you know what I want.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. And I'm going to let Smonty talk here, but I actually just said that to you guys earlier. I said, hey, we got served with this March complaint, and as soon as my clients got it, I said, we were wrong, you were wrong, pay the fine, and don't ever do this again. That's what was told to them.
Yeah.
And I want to let Smonty talk. They had a different council at some point before me, and so they kind of had cross-representation. So I I don't know exactly why they were advised the way they were advised. But I'll let Smati talk to the actual day of the event. And I will also add one more point, if you'll allow me. It was brought into testimony during the state hearing, and that's why I really want you guys to listen to the state hearing recordings, that Rich was offered from the employees. They said, you cut the lock. You cut the lock. We don't want to cut the lock. You cut it. They offered to allow him to cut the lock. And I could also, if you listen to the hearing, let you know that Chief Holster testified that he could easily get the key in and out of the lock. And Rich Fern testified, because I had them separated during the hearing, excluded the witnesses, came and testified shortly thereafter, that he couldn't even get the key into the lock. So you had two conflicting testimonies on the same lock, the same key, by Chief Enforcement Officer for the state and the Enforcement Officer for the city. So there are facts you just don't know yet.
Yeah, thank you for reminding me what I didn't catch before.
Smati.
Hi, my name is Smati Ward, and Canabaska owner. It is really, really hard for me to speak. Like, I'm very nervous, so I apologize if I make mistakes and I sound a little bit broken. So sorry. I just want to say that since the inception of Canabaska, I've been under dark cloud and this huge wonder how a female can be in this industry by herself, opening that type of business and succeed, I guess. I need you guys to understand. I'm sorry if I don't speak proper. I'm really nervous. I borrowed money. I'm in $2 million debt to be successful. I hired very educated people around me so I can succeed. I have huge responsibility for the people that work for me. 35 of them. These are families that look up for me to do always the right thing, and that was my intention from day one, is to do the right thing. I make mistakes, but as soon as I know that I made them, I fix those mistakes. I want to be right. I want to do the right thing. I'm only simply a mother, 3 children. I want to always give them the right. I'm sorry. It's really, really nerve-wracking for me. I want to set the right example to my children. I have a 6-year-old, which he's autistic. I have a 10-year-old that has lupus, and a 15-year-old teenager. When all this happened in May, and the media just smeared my name and put me as a really bad person. My teenage boy came and asked me, because in social media his friends told him that his mother is a criminal, his mother is doing bad things, and I had to sit there and explain to him that in the media, things that are told, they're just over-exaggerated, and it's not the truth, because I always try to make the right thing, and so my kids will see a good example. My parents had a business for many years, and they were operating in dignity, and that's how I wanted to be, and I am. I understand that I have I'm making mistakes, and the way I speak is not really proper to everybody here, but I try my hardest always to do the right thing, always, and I don't want to play the system. I don't know how to play the system. And on paper, it sounds so horrific. But the real deal is every single thing that happened, it was over magnified. It is not true. We did not refuse inspection. We gave the keys. It was really, if you see on the videos, it took time. They couldn't open it. It was really frozen. I don't know the reason. I don't spend time outside the trash. I'm mostly in the building. But I was there for the few minutes that I could because it was extremely cold that day. They tried. James Hollister tried.
Kendrick Whitman.
Kendrick and all of them tried, and we gave them different keys because I had retail trash and cultivation trash, and so we gave them the opportunity to try both keys, and it didn't work. And they tried and tried for a few minutes. I don't know how long. It's just, to me, it felt forever. And then I go inside the building because I was too cold. I go inside, and when I came back, Mr. Richard Fern had a bolt cutter, and I just didn't know what happened because he went to the building across from us, got the bolt cutter, I guess, and asked the contractors to cut the lock. I'm so sorry. Cut the lock. I mean, randomly, anybody that he saw at that day or that hour, he asked to cut the bolt. And so we told him that he may do it, and he just refused. But I never refused inspection. They always were welcome. Prior to that day, it was every single day that we had inspectors coming, and the smell issue, and I felt extremely harassed for an entire week, and that day was just the end of it. It was extreme chaos and confusion. My team was extremely uncomfortable with the way we were pushed to make those decisions, and it was really uncomfortable. I felt that my rights were taken, and I wasn't hiding anything. I don't want to hide. I really, truly want to do the right thing. I did not spend so much money, time, and sleepless nights to lose it overnight. It's just ridiculous. And I understand the way you guys can see it, and it looks bad, but there is more into this picture than what you guys see. There is a lot more. There's a hard work and always trying to fix any issue and go above and beyond all the time. Coming into this industry, I never thought I will be standing like that. My dream was different. My dream is... I'm sorry, you have to understand my autistic child. I want a good future for him. I want him to be able to succeed. If tomorrow I don't exist, I wanted to make sure that he will have the tools to be able to live in our society. This is very difficult, so I would never ever want to risk any other children's. This is my top priority. I really want to do the right thing all the time. I get very upset when we as a team make mistakes, but I assure you that I would never, ever just not care. I care so much that I don't sleep, I don't function like normally already. I am very upset about the whole entire situation. I want my people to stay and work and have their children and families.
It's been a long summer dealing with this. I mean, Smarty's been dealing with this since June is when this whole state situation happened. But again, to answer your question, she got served with the code enforcement violation. I told her, hey, next time, cut the lock, pay the fines. We're not appealing this because you didn't make the right choice. You made a mistake.
Thank you. Mr. Dyson, do you have any follow-ups?
Yeah, so I appreciate that. Sorry for what you're going through. This is not fun for us, but I appreciate how tough it is. Why did the garbage hauling company come and empty that dumpster and before the inspectors got to see what was in it?
Again, we had an employee that was already talked to that morning who, because of certain events like this, is no longer working with us, but he had instructions to already dump this going into the weekend with a full dumpster as part of...
All right,
but if you look at the code enforcement's call records, you'll see 2 calls from Evan. Evan is the general or master cultivator, the guy that handles all the cultivation. He called Rich twice in that meantime and say, hey, are you on your way? Are you close? Because he knew the trash was coming. He was trying to get Rich to get there before the trash came.
I'm sorry.
So there's
they'd already ordered the trash to get dumped.
So Evan called. Okay, so what happened at the beginning of the day? The team was advised, because there was a water tank in there taking up most of the room, right? Said, hey, we're going into the weekend. We need to get this dumped. Usually you dump it on, I want to say Monday? Wednesday, I'm sorry. Usually it's Wednesday, but this was the weekend, and there's a water tank, empty water tank in there that needed to get dumped, right? Okay, so Evan, I believe the records show, but this is another reason it would be nice to have an actual hearing to show you guys, that he called the dumpster company first. I'm sorry, called Rich first, then called the dumpster company, and then called Rich again and said, hey, are you close? Because Rich talked about how he went back at the state hearing, Rich talked about how he went back to the Muni on Elmore and had a sandwich and had the call, but he didn't turn right around. He went back to the Muni, had a bite to eat, and then went back. And Rich and Evan called him twice. And that's in the land use enforcement records, and it's also more illuminated in the state hearing. Yeah. That doesn't mean that he shouldn't have waited anyways. I mean, nobody's debating that. We agree.
Yeah, so
should have waited.
Yeah, so if you'd realized how important it was for that to not appear to be avoiding the inspection, somebody should have told the dumpster, don't take it now. I don't care what the inspector's doing. When he's having lunch, getting drunk,
right,
playing bowling, they should have stopped it.
And we agree.
You said carefully that employee is not there. You fire them?
Mm-hmm.
Was there more than one fired?
There's been a few. There's been a whole new team.
Yes.
I'm sorry, how many?
I'm sorry, about half of the company has been fired.
Because of their not carrying out your policy.
I'm
so your
trying to
position
change the entire, yes.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. So here, I'm going to hand over the gavel to my colleague.
Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you. So in the interests of time and due process, I do think we need to have some additional kind of hearing on this between now and when we could take final action on it. And for that reason, I have prepared Ms. Honest is prepared. So I want to discuss with Ms. Honest.
Talk to the attorneys.
Well, I did talk to the attorneys, so I'm going to talk to them again. They can describe it to me. I believe what we're going to do is continue discussion on the item before us until until a meeting that we decide is appropriate, and then we will pass this resolution, which is laid on the table item 14W, that will have to be sort of synced up to that same date. So yeah, I'd like to ask Ms. Wynn-Pearson if we can effectuate that.
Through the chair, we actually had a little bit of additional discussion, and I'll let Ms. Anna speak to this as well, after we spoke with you before this discussion began, and we believe that you could procedurally accomplish the same thing by simply moving to continue discussion of the S version, because the code does provide that if an applicant timely files their application for renewal, even if the Assembly fails to take action by the end of August, the license is automatically effectively extended until you do take action. So if you continue this discussion until mid-September, the licensee will continue to be able to operate under their existing license until you take action on the renewal application. I understand the deadline for responding to AMCO is not until mid-September. I'll let Ms. Honest confirm that. And I think you could, again, simply continue discussion of the S version. You could reopen the public hearing if you want to. You could continue to call on the applicant for responses to additional questions that you have and the presentation of additional evidence on this matter if you want to. So that might be simpler than in introducing the new non-numbered resolution into the mix.
Okay, great. So I'll say one thing and then I have a question. So I've been in contact with Ms. McConnell, and she's prepared to show us all the security footage, and we'll get a longer briefing on this topic. I am curious, in your opinion, for Dean and for Ms. Wynn-Pearson, is a work session or a committee hearing, or a special meeting needed to do these kind of quasi-judicial hearings between meetings? Or is it not a quasi-judicial hearing when we're doing a work session and collecting evidence?
So you're sitting in your quasi-judicial capacity whenever you consider a license application. I think that's the important distinction. You're sitting in a quasi-judicial capacity, not in a legislative capacity. Anything that you do is part of that quasi-judicial action, so the same restrictions would apply throughout the process, ex parte contact restrictions, et cetera. We did discuss this briefly with the clerk after the last work session and concluded that it may be more appropriate for you to notice discussions of quasi-judicial items as a special meeting as opposed to as a work session, because that creates a more clear structure for what you're doing, and brings in the requirement for public testimony, et cetera. It's a simpler structure. We can talk about that in greater depth if you want to, but we had a quick sidebar after the last discussion and felt that would be a simpler way to do it. So you would notice a special meeting to further consider this item in between this meeting and whenever you'd like to take final action.
So I've spoken with Ms. McConnell, and we'll be hearing that this Friday, and so we'll figure out either after tonight or tomorrow morning what exactly that structure will look like. So I am going to actually, before I do that, I need a little more information from you, Ms. Honest. So you said that AMCO needs to hear back from us from when? So I'm looking at the meeting of the September 11th or September 25th. If we were to postpone to September 25th, would we bust a deadline at the state level?
The 60-day deadline to get back to the state is September 22nd.
Okay.
So you could do the September 11th regular meeting or choose to do a different meeting if you wanted to respond to the state.
So I am going to make a motion to continue this discussion. What's that? Oh, motion to postpone? Okay, motion to postpone until September 11th then. And
Second.
Chairman, I've got a question before we do that.
Oh, okay.
If you're chairman.
Well, it's been moved and seconded, so now we're in discussion on that. Do you want to?
Yeah, that's part of it.
Actually,
Are you chairman or is he chairman?
I guess I'll do it because it's his motion. So let me go out of the queue then real quickly. Mr. Trainee.
Thank you. Becky, if we're doing quasi-judicial, that we cannot get any information from the applicant during this time period, is that correct?
Knock yourself off and let me go through this.
Through the chair, not independently. You cannot individually reach out to the
No, I
applicant
just
for
want to make sure
information.
the body understands quasi-judicial, it has to be handled differently.
Yes, certainly. Prohibitions on ex parte contact do apply, so all contact with the applicant should be through the appropriately publicly noticed meetings as opposed to on a one-on-one capacity.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Well, if it's either way, but if it's your motion, you might as well stay up.
I'm going to take it back for now and just run through the people that wanted to speak to it. Mr. Constant, you were in the queue before. Do you want to speak to the motion?
to the process that we're moving forward in whatever path we're going to get there.
Okay.
I don't think an hour-long special meeting will be enough. You've suggested going to the AMCO office to listen to the tape. There are also hours worth of public testimony and hearings from the AMCO office which get to the facts of the case that we're talking about. There are a whole series of documents, and there are charges and counts and counterclaims and admissions, and all of these facts need to be brought before us in an orderly manner. And so my concern is that we don't just put this whole question off for another hour in the future, because these facts are complex.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Weddleton, are you speaking to the motion?
Sort of. So if we were to miss a deadline for the state, this is to Ms. Honest, do we care? I mean, so suppose a state said, okay, we find them, we're renewing their license, and then we at some point say, but we're not, we get the same place, right?
Through the chair, if you do not respond to the state before September 22nd, it is deemed a waive of protest.
Which means they could get the state license, but we still have complete control over ours.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Peterson, speaking to the motion.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to get as much information as possible before we make this decision. And if there's information that we have not been presented at this point, then I think it behooves us to gather that information, and at whatever point in time that we can do that. I'm available on the 11th, but I am gone from the 5th through the 10th.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Ms. Domboski?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be supporting the motion to postpone to September 11th. I do have a question for the attorneys, though. In another life, I sat on the Judicial Conduct Commission, and it was very common for us. We could never engage in ex parte communication. I mean, that's just how it was. And it was very common for us, through the executive director, to get hours worth of audio testimony that we listened to before we actually went to the meeting. So I'm wondering, I think that would be the most effective way for members to deal with this whole issue, if the state hearing, in fact, is what's going to come to the assembly so we can listen to those deliberations. I think it'd be the most effective way to do it. But I would really like for our attorneys to really discuss ex parte communication, because we have a lot of new members here, and it's not just you can't reach out to the applicants. You really can't talk to anybody about this, and you can't talk to each other about this. And I think it's important for people to really understand the parameters of ex parte communication. And I think whoever is coming up with a solution of how we're going to deal with this, rather than all of us sitting in one room listening to 5 hours worth of discussion, if that's what it was, I think it would just be far more effective to have all the documents before the next meeting. And then people have done their homework ahead of time. And it would make for a much more efficient process. And like I said, I'm not reinventing the wheel here. This is how we do it on the Judicial Conduct Commission.
Ms. Pearson, do you want to respond to that?
Certainly, and it's timely because Mr. Gates and I were just looking at the provision of municipal code which governs this exact question. So the applicable code provision is 360.065, if anyone wants to read it for a little light evening reading. But the bulk of it is, I mean, as Ms. Domboski set out, the ex parte contact prohibition in the municipal code makes clear that when the body sits in a quasi-judicial capacity, you may have no contact. I guess you may not have no contact, but you may not receive or otherwise engage in communication regarding the matter in front of the body with the applicant or with any other party that might be affected by the matter before you, or with members of the public. So you may have contact with those individuals regarding any other matters or any other issues. But with respect to the specific license renewal application, you may not have any contact directly in a one-on-one capacity with the applicant or with anyone else who's interested, with any other member of the public who wants to talk to you about it while this matter is pending. There is one clarification, though. The code does specify that the section shall not be deemed to prevent the body from, or members of the body from discussing matters related to the matter, to the issue among themselves, or to prohibit communications between members of the body and staff, so that you are subject to Open Meetings Act restrictions, which mean that you are not to communicate with, more than, 2 members of the body at any one time, more than 3. But the code does specify that it does not specifically prevent the body from having communications among the members.
Thank you, Ms. Wynn-Pearson. Is that all, Ms. Domboski? Mr. Trainee?
Mr. Chairman, I'll be supporting your motion to postpone this to 11th, but I want to have Richard Fern here because he was the city employee. I want to ask him questions relating to the incident with the lock, sir. So I expect him to be at the meeting on September 11th.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Trainee. I think after this is concluded, if this passes, I'll have a discussion with the attorneys and with the clerk about setting up a series of basically trying to figure out how we get the information before you. And some of it will be done on September 11th, but I hope, and I think to echo what Mr. Constant said and what Mr. Domboski said, there's a lot of stuff we need to do in the interim between now and then. Mr. Weddleton.
On the ex parte stuff, can we, I'm just remembering my planning commission days, we couldn't even go like to the site of a rezone or anything. So we have to stay away from their building. We can't go sniffing for odor this evening or anything. Is that correct?
That's correct. You should not conduct your own independent evidentiary review of the case.
Thank you, Ms. Wynn-Pearson. Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Constant.
Yeah, 2 things. Tonight, the clerk and our legal staff provided us with a really nice set of documents related to a matter that was much less complex than the matter we're about to undertake. And so I'm hopeful that both legal and the clerk's office can provide for us a whole set of these documents in some sensible, orderly manner in which we can possess them and review them in a systematic way so that we get as much as possible into this package. That's the first point. And the second is, when the Spirits of Alaska matter happened, and that was a very serious undertaking of the body, there was a small committee established of 3 members of the Assembly that took upon themselves a role. And I don't know the exact nature of that role because I was sitting out there when that happened. But in this case, it might be something that we contemplate to appoint something similarly so that we ensure that as much as possible, in the record, the facts are there. So, because I am concerned that we get everything on the table.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Any further discussion on, Ms. Quinn-Davidson.
I just wanted to request that we have, it seems to me we can make a finding, but then there's a lot of unclear territory about how we decide where we go from there. And so it would be nice, as we're evaluating this, to have some feedback, either if it's from Becky or Dean or otherwise. But I don't really feel like I have a firm grasp on how to make the decision based on even the findings we make.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn-Davidson. There was a presentation Ms. Wynn-Pearson made at the Community Economic Development Committee a few weeks ago that laid out sort of our options when it came to suspending a license, terminating a license, that kind of thing, and the procedure we had to go through. So I assume that will be provided to you, and actually to all the members. If anyone doesn't have it, I think that's valuable. And those discussions will happen as we continue through the days and weeks to come. Mr. Dyson.
Thank you. So I think I'm getting a little clearer picture here, but the state's investigation of the dumpster inspection thing happened. The plant owner said, yep, we did it wrong, it shouldn't have happened, it wasn't our intention. That's over. They paid a fine. Admitted that they did wrong, paid a fine. So are we now talking that we're going to have our own investigation of the same facts, and so on for our own satisfaction? If it was in a criminal court, we'd be kind of in a double jeopardy sort of thing.
I would analogize it more to a federal and state where they both have sovereignty and they can both pursue separate charges.
I'm sorry, say that again.
Oh, nothing, just a pedantic legal point. Disregard.
So are we saying I'd like to be informed about that between now and when we meet on this issue.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Mr. Trainee.
Mr. Dyson, both the state gives a license and the city gives a license. Unlike alcohol, which is controlled by the state, you know you were a state official. When we did the marijuana, we made sure that they're not the final say, that the assembly is the final say. So the state can give them a license, we can deny that license, they can't operate. So you've got to appear before both and get a license for both of them. So yes, we can in fact do something different or the same the state did, that's up to us. We made sure we had that ability when we came forward with this program.
And if I may respond.
Yes.
I appreciate that. That's not the point I'm making. Certainly, they have to have our license as well. What we have to decide is, do we owe it to ourselves and our responsibility to do our own investigation separately from what they did? That's our decision.
It is.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Mr. Constant.
Yeah, just a slight clarification. Ms. Quinn Davidson, you said that you were talking about the things that we have found tonight. We haven't found anything yet. We have amended a resolution that's still pending, and so there are no findings as of yet. Until this passes, there are no findings. I want to be really clear about that. Until we have findings, we don't have findings. So,
thank you, Mr. Constant. All right, I'm not seeing any other discussion in the queue, so we're now voting on the motion to postpone until the meeting of September 11th. Please vote on that motion. That motion passes unanimously. So we are now on to item 14Q. Let's see where's my title. Resolution number AR 2018-253, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly regarding the renewal of municipal marijuana retail license number M10236 for Alaska Sense LLC doing business as Cannabaska, stating the Assembly's protest a renewal of State of Alaska marijuana license number 10236 for the same establishment, respectively, and authorizing the municipal clerk to take certain action. Public hearing is now open. Does anyone wish to testify? Thank you. Please state your name for the record.
Jana Waltzine, attorney for Smarty Warden. We would just request that you take the same exact action that you just took on the cultivation license. And I would also note that the retail license was not the subject of the accusation for any count at all. It's totally separate.
Thank you, Ms. Waltzine. Ms. Domboski.
Thank you. Jana, I would just like to ask you, since it looks like we're probably going to postpone this, would you like us to continue the public testimony to leave that portion open?
Oh, yes. Thank you.
Okay. Then I will make that motion.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. So is there anyone else who would like to speak on this tonight before Ms. Domboski makes her motion? And keep in mind, if you do testify on it tonight, you won't be able to testify on it when we resume on September 11th. Okay. Ms. Domboski, do you want to make that motion?
Yes, sir. I would like to continue the public hearing to the meeting of September 11th.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion. Yeah. Discussion on that motion. Okay. Seeing no discussion, please vote on that motion. That motion passes unanimously. All right, that concludes that portion of our agenda. Let's see, where are we? I seem to have lost my other last page of my agenda. I think we are to audience participation, but someone can show me that last page. What's that?
Do you want to see the last page?
Oh, there we are. Okay.
Do you want the last page?
Yeah, can you show me that last page? Thank you. All right, we are now down to audience participation. Does anyone here like to speak on any matter? Please step forward. You'll have 3 minutes. State your name for the record.
My name is Eugene Carl Haven. I represent myself. I live in the mountains in the valley. I follow the public process. If the public process done appropriately, decision made by the governing body is more like the public interest. and where I begin. I'd like to talk about a lot of things, but I'll limit to one focus thing. The most important decision you have to make as a governing body, whether you're assembly or council in Palmer or Sill or borough assembly, is the certification of the election. The certification of election. And I'll just stress key points. As you know, I observe elections for Anchorage since the election of 2012, April 3rd. That's when I came into the picture back in. And in that particular election, more than 40% of the polling precincts ran out of ballots, even though they put in enough. And I've been monitoring the elections since in Anchorage, and included monitoring going into the borough and other elections. And I've attended the election commission, Anchorage election commission meetings that were held on the 17th, both the 2 meetings at that meeting. And where do I begin on stressing this thing? The state law requires that you provide a reasonable opportunity for the public to be heard at all before you make a decision. Simple as that. You got to give a chance for the public. But tonight, as we have done over the years, you certify the election. You show the report, which was laid on the table, was not even part of the packet. And note that meeting was the 17th, so there was enough time for it to be part of the packet, but was laid on the table for tonight, so it was not a fair chance for the public to see it. And then you certify the election, and now you're giving a chance to the public, a done deal. That's not fair. Now, in the special election, I reminded you earlier, but then I didn't have a chance to address it until after you make the decision, is the day you had the election, the day of early voting, correction, you appointed a temporary replacement. And I said after you made that decision, wouldn't it have been fair, because you did not represent the constituency assembly members at the time. When I say you, respect that there's a new member here now that wasn't here earlier this evening, so I'm not regarding the party. But you appointed a replacement, temporary replacement, and then another thing, which you didn't represent a constituency for, but another key point is this: in this special election, which was called a special election for one assembly member, okay, that district, that area of those members, the only place they can go to walk in and vote was outside their area. They had to go to Warehouse Avenue. That's the only place. Now remember, when it's an election for some more assembly members, there's more places to walk in. The Lusac Library, I believe, is one. Eagle River is another, and so forth. But just to close, this should not have been done, and I question what's happened here on this election. And my time's up with respect to the assembly. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Aberman. There are no questions. Would anyone else like to be heard tonight? Anyone at all? Okay. We're now on to assembly comments, and we will start with you, Mr. Dyson. Do you have any assembly comments this evening?
I'll pass.
Wonderful. Ms. Dembowski.
I actually have some. I never do, but I want to say welcome to Ms. Quinn Davidson. You are amongst some great public servants, and I think though we may not always agree on every topic, I think you'll find that there's a lot of things we come together on, and I hope you find public service as rewarding as I found it.
Thank you, Ms. Dembowski. Mr. Constant.
Yeah, not to be a broken record, but I'm so glad you're here. Welcome aboard. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Peterson.
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Trainee.
Mr. Falsey, we asked the traffic engineer to do an analysis on Fire Station 3 because we wanted a stoplight put in there. Have you yet to say anything from the traffic engineer? We also asked for the same thing on McGinnis and Tudor. The traffic engineer is supposed to get back to us. I've yet to see any response. Would you find out before we get into budget cycle, sir?
Yes,
I would
we'll
appreciate
happily
it.
do that.
Thank you. And welcome aboard, ma'am. It's great to see you here. Congratulations. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Mr. Croft.
No comment.
Thank you. I'll just say briefly to echo my colleagues, welcome aboard, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Also, I apologize for everything you're going to go through. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would also like to echo congratulations and welcome to you.
Ms. Quinn Davidson.
I'll just say thanks for the warm welcome and the already interesting items.
Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just would like to say welcome to the family. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton.
I'll say welcome too, but not only that. They're welcome. There's was something said today, and it concerned me a little bit, and it was probably off the cuff, but when we had the discussion with Alaska Sands, and they said, you're paying $100,000 a month in taxes, you're making plenty of money. That's simply not always true. They pay a fixed amount per pound or whatever it is, just like we pay property taxes whether we made money or not. And there have been years in my business I flat out made no money, but I paid an awful lot of taxes. So you can't generalize just because that's one part of your tax structure. So she may be making a lot of money, I hope she is, but just because you're paying a lot of taxes doesn't mean you're making money.
Good point, Mr. Weddleton. And a good note to end the meeting on. Can I get a motion to adjourn? We're adjourned.